Nice, lovely shot that will before. Through the extra cover region, that one was just short of a good length. He stood up straight, played it nicely with an angle back, and Alzari Joseph has been greeted with the four.
Yes, real loosener that by Alzari Joseph, and just stood up, as you say, set outside off stump, played beautifully through the extra cover region. Up on his toes was Das, right over the top of it. 4 lovely runs, so that will do a lot for his confidence.
Moves on to 22 and the score up to 30 for 3.
Yes, Seals is just lacking a bit of consistency so far this morning. He's picked up the 1 wicket, changed ends. He's now coming from the commentary box or Sir Curtly Ambrose end here at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. But just his line is being a bit both sides of the pitch so far this morning.
I think also he's struggling maybe in this over with the change of ends. He's coming from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, goes up the hill, and a good delivery on this occasion. Tamim is equal to the task. It was rising outside the off stump, and he played it to a point position, Moti fielding, and there is no run. So Seals, before this, would have had his 4 overs, and he would have taken the wicket of Hack. He would have been happy to have done so had Hack caught by Blackwood a 3rd slip for a duck. At that stage it was 16 for 3, and Seals will bowl at Iqbal. He comes in around the wicket, but he strays down the leg side once again, definitely struggling coming up the hill, taking over from where Akima Roach would have gotten his 2 wickets, and has been switched from the Sir Andy Robertson to the Sir Curtly Ambrose end of the over that you would have expected.
No, I didn't. Just looking at him set there, I think he's maybe trying a bit too hard so far this morning. He just needs to concentrate on that line and length. But 30 for 3, that's 16 for 3, I think, when the 3rd wicket fell. And unfortunately for Mominul Haq, he's really going through a bad patch. I think he's only scored about 160 runs in the calendar year, and only got 11 in the whole series against Sri Lanka, who Bangladesh played last month and were beaten 1-0. He says the captaincy was the problem. He doesn't have that problem now, but another duck today.
Well, he has a good career, 53 test matches, 11 hundreds, 15 50s, an average of 38.13. Mominul Haq will always come through because he loves the game, and I think he's just going through a bad patch. Here is Alzari Joseph to Das, just outside the off-stump. Das allows the ball to go through. Alzari getting good carry through to Joshua De Silva. So players do go through these patches. A bad year is a bad year. However, the quality is quality. It is known when you are actually scoring a century almost every 5 test matches. It simply means that there is something special. And if you know Haq, his level of discipline is really high. He would get into the nets when no one else is there. So perhaps just going through one of the challenges outside the off stump, and he slashed at that. It was wide outside the off stump, and Das had a go at it. He was not driving or cutting. He was just about having a mid-stand approach, was trying to slash the ball, more a square drive, and he was beaten by that. So Joseph, in his 2nd over, none for 4, coming down the hill from the Sir Andy Roberts end to the right-handed Das. Das allows it to go through. Perhaps he's bowling to a plan here, because the 3 slips, the gully, the point, they're all in place. All his deliveries would have been down that channel, just outside the off stump, a little bit wide of the off stump, and just on off stump. So perhaps it's part of the team plan.
Yeah, very true. And he's just tempting Das. He almost got him with a couple of deliveries before.
This time it's a good one, coming into the batsman, short of a length and rising, and there was Das coming in. This one was, on this occasion, coming pitched just about between middle and leg, at least giving the batsman something to play. If you have just joined us, we once again say good morning to you wherever you are on the globe, whether you're in the Caribbean, whether you're wherever you are, whether you're in Antigua, Barbuda, the rest of the Leewards, the Windwards, Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, Guyana, the Windward Islands, we welcome your good delivery once again by Alzari Joseph. A bit more bounce and closer to the batsman. He did not play, showing good confidence, Litton Das.
Yeah, played that on length and played it well, did Das. But Alzari, he looking sharp. He looked like his pace is picked up. I was watching him during the one-day series, particularly in Pakistan. And he's looking good.
Looking good. He's the quickest of the three West Indian fast bowlers on show so far this morning. Comes in on this occasion. This one touchdown, just about off, left the batsman. But based on the length, he was assured that he could have left it alone without any problem. The ball going through to Joshua De Silva. Good over from Alzari Joseph. The score remains on 30 for 3. Joseph completing a maiden.
Yeah, good over there by Alzari Joseph. And as I say, his pace is very good. Just trying to tempt Das there outside the off stump. Das went after one, but regained his composure and left the others alone. What do you think of the makeup of the West Indies team set? Unfortunately, no Devon Thomas.
In looking at it, I think it is pretty much a balanced team. But I also think that the extra batter would have been an asset to the West Indies. This time, this one is driven. He beats the diving Joseph and will go out towards the extra cover boundary for 4. Tamim Iqbal in a blaze of glory, having the confidence just to move forward and drive that one all along the ground. Jaden Seals pitching up. Alzari Joseph diving to his right, but an excellent shot from Tamim Iqbal, and he continues to do good work here for the Bangladesh team.
Yes, shot of a man in form. It was pitched up, as you say, set by Jaden Seals, and a 2 full on that occasion. As we say, he struggled with his line and length so far this morning on a whole, but that was a good confident shot there by Tamim.
Seal comes in once again in his 6th over. A good delivery, a better delivery. That one touched down and came back into Tamim Iqbal. He had a good sense of the length and the line. Played inside of it, yet a good response from C. But you asked the question about the team. Let's look at it. I thought, okay, so we have the 3 fast bowlers with Roach coming in. That is the best fast bowling combination. We have Moti coming in for his debut. I think that's a good decision as well. We also have Raymond Reifer and Kyle Mayers, both
two all-rounders.
Yeah. Here is Seals coming into Iqbal. Iqbal drives just to the right of Seals, who stretched out his hand. It was not close enough. The ball is coming down towards the long off boundary. Alzari Joseph was able to pull it back, and 2 runs to Tamim Iqbal. It could have been rather
the 4th
close,
wicket.
but I think it was a good full-blooded drive. He really came and just stroked it to the right, and Jaden Seals just stretched out that right hand. It was perhaps about a meter away from his grasp. Iqbal continuing to play his strokes, 36 for 3. I would finish up my point after this delivery. Seals once again, this time on the pads, worked nicely by Iqbal to the right of the fielder at a short fine leg position. He gets the single, and Das will come into play. Iqbal on 29, Das on 8, 37 for 3. But I thought that with the 2 all-rounder, I would have gotten the specialist batsman in Devon Thomas in.
Right.
In the team, he is perhaps the most informed batter, apart from Craig Brathwaite this season. In terms of consistency, not only runs, yes, we have young Chandrapal, who is not in the 13, or was not in the original 13. Here is Seals, just to the right of the diving Jermaine Blackwood. Das opening the face of the bat, and the ball peeled off the edge, and diving Blackwood was too short, and at the same time, the ball may have gone too high between himself and Bunner, down to the boundary for 4. Good delivery, excellent delivery. That was Das. It was all bat and no movement of the feet, but he got away with it. and he will be happy. He will say, that's a 4. I deserve my 4. They are now Bangladesh, who were inserted by the West Indies. They're 41 for 3. And they would be very happy that they're closer to the 43 that they made the last time they were here, with only 3 down. So I would have, yes, to answer your question, Terry, I would have gone with the extra batter. Here is Jaden Seals, who has 1 wicket so far, pitching just outside the off stump. The ball goes to Josh De Silva. That completes the over. At the end of the over,
SWB audio
we
capture,
see the jinx,
not registered.
Cart. Well, we don't have cart these days, but we have the players and the officials bringing on their kits. In the good old days, we used to say, well, first we used to say the water cart, then we would say the drinks cart, then the drinks buggy. We do see the golf buggy coming on, and it's a good time just before we bring on Vernon Springer, just to let you know that the West Indies would have won the toss this morning, and Craig Brathwaite, the captain, decided that he would want to have a bowl out of the 12. In fact, the 2 players who were left out, Devon Thomas and Anderson Phillip. Devon Thomas, the Leeward Islands Antiguan batter, and Anderson Phillip, the Trinidad and Tobago fast bowler. They were left out of the 11. In came Kemar Roach after being declared fit overnight. And the West Indies immediately started, and really it was Kemar Roach all over the Bangladeshis. He, in fact, was very happy when from his second ball, he had Mahmudul Hassan Joy caught by Bonner at gully, diving forward, a brilliant catch for a duck. It was 1 for 1. Then Najmul Hussain came in, and he was bowled by Kemar Roach, a lovely delivery. And that was the first ball of the second over. He also went for duck. At that stage, the score was 3 for 2. The West Indies really in a strong position. Excitement reeling all around the Sir Viv Richards Stadium. But then Momin Nol Haq, the senior player, came in to partner Tamim Iqbal. And the 2 carried the score up to 60. They added 13, but Haq did not add to his score before he was caught by Blackwood, Jermaine Blackwood, at third slip off the bowling of Jaden Seals, once again prodding forward, not showing the confident commitment that he should have. He also went for naught, the third naught in the Bangladesh innings, 16 for 3. But since then, Liton Das has joined Tamim Iqbal, and the 2 have consolidated
SWB audio
and
capture,
they have taken the
not
score
registered.
up to 41 for 3 after the first hour. Kemar Roach, the man who has taken 2, and Jaden Seals, the other. After more comments from you, Terry, Vernon will pick up the action.
Yes, thank you, Sat. And great start here by the West Indies in this first test against Bangladesh. Bangladesh, even though they're 3 down for little on the board, is still not afraid to attempt to drive the ball. Better over by Seals in that last over prior to the drinks break. And West Indies well on top at this stage. Right, before I hand over to Amali Richards, obviously the key for Bangladesh is the informed and experienced Tamim Iqbal. But I just noticed in that last over that coming around the wicket to the left-handed Iqbal, Seals did employ a leg slip. And if you notice, Mali will tell you more about this being a left-hander, but if you notice, he does come a fair way across and almost flicks it off his leg when he's trying to turn it down to find leg. So I think they've noticed something there. We'll see how it goes.
41 for 3. We say thanks to Terry and Seth on this overcast morning here in Antigua and Barbuda. A little hazy. 41 for 3. Alzari Joseph, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 4 runs, no wicket. Jaden Seals, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 24 runs, 1 wicket. And the man of the moment, Kemar Roach, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 13 runs, 2 wickets. 41 for 3, 13 overs bowled. Welcome back, Mali. How are you?
Very well, actually. Vern. Interesting point there by Terry on Tamim Iqbal. Just at times, just closing himself off. Just getting a bit too far with that front foot across that off stump, and at times just struggling to access that ball.
But you know the reason for that is because he
SWB audio capture not registered.
West Indies starting now, a little overcast conditions right here. They've got to keep the pressure up. 41 for 3. They can't rest on their laurels. And they've done an excellent job here so far.
But he's in good form as well, isn't he, Brian?
He certainly is. We'll now take some time out and pay some respects to our sponsors.
This This is Cricket on the Cut and Drive Network.
Welcome back after the short break as Alzari Joseph starts from the Sir Andy Robertson. He comes in now to bowl to Iqbal, and Iqbal is back on across. And Tamim Iqbal is on 29. He's had to toil for these runs here so far, Mali.
Yeah, he has. But he's still fighting here for his team. But just something I've been thinking about, actually, is the transition from the white ball game straight to the test game. And we're seeing more and more of this with congested schedules and the like. Is it harder for batters to make the transition, or bowlers, you think?
I think it's just a mindset, Mali. Good delivery there going across Iqbal. Good take care by Joshua De Silva. The West Indies restricting themselves down now to 2 slips, a gully, a backward point. A short fine leg. More or less a short extra cover. Mid-wicket. Roach warming up down here on the fine leg area. The breeze fluttering here, but it's really humid here. In our box, 41 for 3. West Indies won the toss and inserted Bangladesh, who the last time they were here in Antigua and Barbuda, they bowled over 43 in their first innings. Alzari Joseph is now to bowl to Iqbal. Iqbal is trying to squeeze this one out. Godishmoti flies in from the backward point area. We say good morning to the folks in Jamaica. I want to say good morning to President Junior on the West Indies 2020 Beyond
SWB audio
website.
capture not registered.
Folks, this is a double combination. ABS radio on Point FM or Platinum FM 97.9 coverage. Craig Brathwaite, the West Indies captain. The last time he played here would have scored 121 against Bangladesh. Alzari Joseph searching for success. This time hustling Iqbal, bowling a lot more straighter. He's certainly improved, Alzari Joseph, Mali.
Definitely, in terms of his control, his discipline, and especially in the white ball game, his sustained pace. We've seen a slight increase in his pace. Definitely at the IPL, he's actually just coming off winning the IPL. That Hardik Pandya led Gujarat Titans, a new franchise. So congratulations to him as well. Fantastic feat.
Playing in with his 129th Test match, gets a short delivery, gets under it. He becomes the first Bangladesh player to go past 5,000 runs in the series.
I think he needed 18 runs coming into this match.
Yeah, so he's now 5,010. So that's good opportunity here, but good pace there by Alzari Joseph.
Yeah,
I think this track, Mali, once it gets a little sun on it, baking through there, it's going to maybe get
probably
quicker
get a bit
after
quicker.
lunch.
Seen a bit of two-pace nature to this pitch here early.
Early moisture. Joseph in now to both back down the onside. He's out caught behind. Alzari Joseph strikes. That's what they were working on all the time. He got a tickle on it. And a beautiful catch by Joshua De Silva, gliding away. Good work there by him. And Iqbal is disappointed, Mali. And that's what they were working on, as you rightly said. 41 for 4.
Yeah, I don't think they were hoping for that mode of dismissal. A slight strangling down the leg side. But we just spoke about it. The head just does tend to just fall over slightly early in his innings. Tamim just fell over there and couldn't really access the ball. Done for a bit of pace as well from Alzari Joseph, managing to get
audio capture
facing that actually down to wicketkeeper De Silva, and they've lost their 4th wicket here, 41 for 4. The main batter in Tamim Iqbal walking back to the pavilion, and Bangladesh, like we said earlier, really staring down the barrel here.
29 off 43 balls. He's got to fight. Out comes the captain, Shakib Al-Hassan. I think really you'll have to consider him to be one of the most popular sportsman, sports personalities in Bangladesh.
In Asia, probably. Definitely.
Certainly, he's been around. Shakib. Had a lovely chat with him yesterday, Mali, at the end of the press conference. He says, listen, if Bangladesh is coming to the Caribbean, I'm coming.
Yeah, and he's just been reappointed captain as well. They've had a few issues with their leadership over the years, Bangladesh, and with Momin al-Haq struggling with form a bit, and just thinking that the captaincy was maybe a bit too much for him. Shakib has now come to the fore again.
Yeah.
as we see Kyle Mayers actually, and I think this wicket actually suits a Kyle Mayers. Let's see how he goes about bowling in these conditions. But we see Kyle Mayers replacing Jaden Seals here from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end.
Kyle Mayers playing in his 12th Test match. Best bowling figures have been 5 for 18. He comes in now to bowl to Das. Gets a snorter.
Yeah.
Lovely delivery first up.
Yeah.
And, you know, Mali, I was talking downstairs with my colleague Philip Spooner, and I almost rate Raymond Reefer and Kyle Mayers in almost the same category. You know, sometimes you look at Kyle Mayers and you says, oh, well, he's supposed to be a batsman. But when he puts the ball in his hand, trust me, he makes that ball talk.
Yeah, and to the right hand, he forces you to play, as we saw that first one, scrambled seam, forcing Litton Das into that forward defensive.
SWB audio capture not registered.
Come down on that one. 2 slips a gully.
Yeah, and he has that ability to get the ball to straighten to the right hander. Everything about the ball looks like it's coming in.
Yes.
But at the last moment, it just holds its line, and we saw just how damaging that was to the English in that England series a bit earlier on in the summer.
Sun trying to peep through here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. So too is Kyle Mayers wearing the number 71. Comes in now to bowl to Das. Das gets an outswinger. Before he got an in-swinger, now he gets an outswinger and is playing mind games because with a little bit tinge of grass right there on the track. As I say, good morning to the folks in the Commonwealth of Dominica. International cricket coming back to Dominica. And so they will be pretty much excited.
And if you look at where the grass is as well, especially to the right-hander here, Vern, just on that off stump, it's giving Kyle Mayers a good area to aim for.
41 for 4. He's
just
up behind. Kyle Mayers strikes.
Just there.
There we go. Leighton Das goes.
Yep.
And the man with the golden arm strikes for the West Indies. Kyle Mayers, 41 for 5. Bangladesh in trouble here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
I mean, everything about scrambled seam again there from Kyle Mayers. Everything about this, these pitch conditions, overhead conditions, scream for Kyle Mayers, and he's really exploiting these conditions, bowling that full length as well. I think Alzari just slightly a bit too short, but Kyle Mayers here finding his line and length early, and Litton Das walking back to the pavilion. He's gone for 12. 41 for 5, the Bangladeshis.
Wow, it's all happening here. It's the first test, West Indies versus Bangladesh. And remember, we're just reminding you, the last time that these two teams met in 2018, right here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Bangladesh were bowled for 43.
SWB audio capture not registered.
406. Craig Brathwaite. In that test match, he cracked 121. It's a different ball game here. There's no Jason Holder in this one. There's no Shannon Gabriel. But one thing for sure I can tell you, there's a Kyle Mayers. And there's also Jaden Seals, Alzari Joseph, and the veteran, Kemar Roach, who picked up a number of wickets in that test match. He's here.
Yeah, he is. And what a vital cog he is in this bowling lineup here with his experience and no short amount of skill as well. Kemar Roach, we saw what he could do here early this morning. Kyle Mayers, Jaden Seals backed him up. Alzari is coming and has been quite economical in his short spell thus far as well, and Kyle Mayers as well. You know, so everyone of these West Indian bowlers here are putting their hand up and putting in a performance thus far.
Good move by Craig Brathwaite to automatically bring Kyle Mayers into the action. Nurul Hassan, his test career, there's only 10 test matches so far. He's got 150, high score of 64. And he will get a rude awakening, as we would say here. 41 for 5. Bangladesh being inserted by the West Indies, who won the toss. Seems like a long time ago. Kyle Mayers is on a rhythm. He's on a roll here. Leighton Das just out as Kyle Mayers comes in now. And he gets a Yorker delivery, but that went through. That would have brushed something. Let's find out what happened. What did he touch? Yes, leg buys. And inducker there.
He went for the massive magic inducker there, Kyle Mayers.
Yes.
Just managed to start it a bit too straight, man.
Just a little bit too straight.
Yeah,
good first up delivery.
It went down
just
late.
Rushed the strap and went past Joshua De Silva there on the replay. Couldn't get across. Goalkeeper. Sure, the Trinidad and Tobago football coach would really not have enjoyed that one.
Okay, Radio Stick 5 is on. Radio Stick.
And that's his natural. That's his natural
SWB audio
angle,
capture
actually, to
not
the right
registered.
Calmares.
On Radio Stick 5.
Neural. He's out like before. Calmares strikes again.
He's going to review that though.
Trying to leave a straight delivery. He's reviewing that one. I think that hit him between wicket and wicket, Marley.
Yeah, and I was just going to say it's going to be important for Neural to work out which deliveries to play and which ones to leave. But in this occasion, the late inducker from Calmares, that's his natural shape, as I said. And Neural actually picking the wrong one to leave. Whether it's actually hitting the stumps, we'll see here with this review.
I thought he got caught between wicket and it was pitched between wicket and wicket, Mali, because he was darting back.
Yeah, I mean, but what we have seen is the ball just bounce a little bit here when pitched full as well. Whether it's just bouncing a bit too much and going over the top, I think height is probably the only thing that will save him.
And this Kookaburra ball, Mali?
Oh, no, that's dead.
No, I think he's out, Mali.
And the fact that he didn't play a shot.
That is what will make the umpire really sit up and recognize and says, yes.
Look at where that ball started,
looking back at it on the screen. And they said, no, it maybe might be going over, Mali.
No, it's hitting.
It's hitting? Okay.
It says umpire's call.
If it's umpire's call, Mali, he's out. So 41 for 6. We called it right, Mali.
Yeah, just hitting
Neural
the top of
goes
off stump. Pressure here for the Bangladeshis. West Indies, I mean, yes, it's been quite helpful, the conditions, but you've got to have the skill and the ability to exploit it, and they've done that here. 45 for 6. We're seeing a bit of deja vu in terms of the last time Bangladesh were here, and not just how they struggled with the bat. Bit of a struggle here as well, here on the first morning of this first test run.
45 for 6 is all happening here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Black and his team on the manual scoreboard.
SWB audio capture not registered.
It's been a wonderful day here in Antigua and Barbuda. Bangladesh team has certainly enjoyed themselves.
Especially with Mushfiqur Rahim as well. Not in this Bangladesh team. It was imperative that Tamim, Shakib's still at the crease, but you know, Tamim, Litton, Das, Momin al-Hook. It's imperative that these guys actually put in strong performances. But so far, it's day one of this test series, but so far it's been our West Indies.
Yeah, so let's look at the decision again. He was caught in no man's land, Mali. He went outside the line of the ball, and it's just like at the last minute he decided, listen, I'm going to play a shot.
Yeah, and that was his downfall, actually, not playing that shot. Miscalculation, misjudgment in terms of the line of that delivery from Calmares, but it's also very good bowling, you know, especially first up. You saw what he was trying to do to him first ball. Managed to pitch it in the right place on the second delivery and reap the rewards, Vernon. Very good, skillful stuff from the bowling attack here on day one.
Craig Brathwaite has gone for the attack. 45 for 6. 3 slips, a gully, a backward point, a short leg, a fine leg, short cover, mid-off, mid-on, more or less. As Zari Joseph comes in to bowl to the captain, he just tries to turn this one out, but it sort of died on him. More or less, it just came off with the pad to Shakib. 45 for 6.
And what we're seeing, especially to the left-handers here early, is the Windies bowlers really looking to not present any room outside that off stump. We know how Tamim's strong outside when presented with room, and Shakib Al Hassan is the same actually. When presented with room, he throws the hands at it and looks to put it away.
There is Shakib just turning this one into the onside. Refa is after it to get a couple of runs. In the meantime, the score goes up to 48 for 6. And the captain for Bangladesh is off the mark with 2.
Every run is valuable here for Bangladesh. It's important that they rotate the strike, especially with what we're seeing from these West Indian bowlers. It's easier for a bowler to bowl to the same batsman and try and work him over. But if these two can rotate the strike, especially right-hand, left-hand combination, present more of a challenge.
Shakib gets one which stops on him. He was looking for width, but it sort of darted back into him. Good sportsmanship between these two teams there. He was able to just pick the ball up. 47 for 6. And if you're wondering what's happening here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, we're bringing to you live ball by ball. radio coverage. It's a combination with Pointville Communication and ABS Radio. The cricket is carried live on Platinum FM 97.9 and also on ABS Radio. Here comes Azari Joseph looking for the 7th wicket here. Shakib again, that forcing him on the back foot. Extra pace, stabbing at it. Shakib. They're not going to give him any room because if he gets any width, he's going to play an attacking shot. 47 for 6, he's 2. And maybe Hassan is on naught.
I think just slightly, just a little short here from Al-Zahri. He's doing a good job economically, but we've seen the real danger deliveries, the ones that pose the most threat to these batters when it's slightly fuller. Just there.
Again, that one's squaring him up there out to Gurish Moti. 47 for 6, the pressure mounting here on Bangladesh.
Because what we've seen is when the ball's pitched on that back of a length, it gives the batters just enough time to readjust, especially with the slow nature or the two-pace nature of the pitch at times. He'll be best served just pitching the ball slightly fuller here to Shakib Al Hasan.
Test cricket could be real crude.
It's a thin line between success and failure, actually.
Here's Azari Joseph just up in the gear there. Good delivery there, more or less. That one had a little bit more beef, a little bit more carry on it. Over completed here. Azari Joseph been able to pick a wicket up. And in the meantime, they're 47 for 6. 16 overs ball here. Some 4 extras. Iqbal 29 of 43. Roy naught. Shanto naught. Haki naught. Das 12. Hassan not out on 2. And Hassan again on naught. Almost like a Hassan team.
Yeah. I mean, it may sound like I'm being hypercritical of Al-Zahri because if you look at his figures, he's doing a pretty good job, you know. But just in terms of that wicket-taking ability, he'll be best served to just pitch those deliveries just slightly fuller, especially you can afford to do so with the field set and with the team, with Bangladesh 47 for 6.
Here is the man with the golden arm on the field. You know that something is going to happen.
Yep.
Carl Mayers, Mali Richardson, talking about the emphasis there of him attacking the stumps. And trust me, you can't underestimate him. He has the ability to be able to move the ball both ways very late in duckers. Oh, that's another beauty delivery again there, and he's making this Kookaburra talk here.
He is, and it's beautiful bowling actually from Kyle Mayers. We saw in that first delivery, Mehedi Hassan looking to get that front foot out the way, really cognizant of the ball coming into him late. But we know also that Kyle Mayers has that ability to get that ball to hold his line outside that off stump or even just go the other way.
Mahedi waits for Kyle Mayers. He comes in and bows to him, and that squares him up. He sort of stabs at it. In the end, he can't get any runs.
But just slightly short there, Vern.
Yeah. Just like a shot.
Yeah, you saw Mehedi get to readjust on that one.
Make that move. Just a fuller length is going to make them 47 for 6.
The fuller length is the danger length here on this wicket, especially in this first session.
Flags flying here at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The nation of Antigua and Barbuda, Bangladesh, and Cricket West Indies, the home of Cricket West Indies.
Oh.
He pitched up, lovely outswinger there. No feet movement, the hands going.
He's not sure. He's not sure whether it's going away or coming back in. And you tend to see that tentative foot movement when batters aren't sure. Scrambled seam again from Kyle Mayers. And it seems like when Kyle Mayers actually looks to get the ball to hold the length, hold its line outside that off stump to the right, it's more of a scrambled seam. When bowling is in duck and more orthodox.
Mahedi gets one and squares him up again. He's searching for it and just being squeezed away. I think it's Bonner who maybe might have cut that one off. And the score remains on 47 for 6.
Nice strong wrist as well from Kyle Mayers.
He's a big strong guy.
Yeah. Regardless of what everything's telling you as a batter, a right-handed batter, that the ball's coming in, the action, everything. But he's got a strong wrist behind behind these deliveries.
5 deliveries, 5 dot balls bowled here so far. Mahedi waits for Marley now to bowl to him, and that stops on him. So another maiden over here. So over completed, 47 for 6, Mali. More comments from you. The West Indies winning the toss. They're large and in control here before lunch. More comments from you. And then it will be the voice of Jack Matthew.
That last delivery from Kyle May is just a bit tennis ball-y in bounce. You know, showing the two-paced nature of this pitch here early on day one. Quite
audio
tough
capture,
for the
not
Bangladeshi batters. But the West Indies have fully exploited these conditions they've been presented with. Coming here, winning the toss, putting the Bangladeshis in, they'll be more than happy with their results thus far here in session 1.
Extremely happy. Here is Alzari Joseph. He's in to bowl to the left-handed Shakib Al Hassan. Is hit in the air. The mid-on is running back. Stay up, but he doesn't hold on. And to add insult to injury, the ball runs away from him and goes away for 4.
Wow.
Well, Shakib Al Hassan was looking to smash that over the top. Got it hard on the bat, and it lobbed down towards sky down towards the mid-on position. The mid-on fielder in Jaden Seals ran back. He got to it with hands outstretched, heading towards the stand on the far side, but just could not hold on, and the ball ran away from him as well and went for 4. So fortune favouring the brave.
Wow.
Al Hassan faces Alzari, gets it off the inside half of the bat, and he goes away towards the forward square position. He's looking for a second run, and they come back for it. But Mahedi Hassan was certainly hesitant in going back for that. But Shakib Al Hassan was very, very much looking for the second, looking to gain as much of the strike as possible, as many deliveries.
Runs are at a premium here for the Bangladeshis, Jack.
Yeah. What you thought about that decision to really go after Alzari, that first delivery? I'll hear the comment of Marley Richards after this ball. Alzari Joseph speeds in, right arm over the wicket into bowl to the Bangladeshi captain, and he eases onto the front foot and he rolls to Craig Brathwaite at short extra.
I mean, it looks like Shakib Al Hassan is looking to launch a counter-attack here. Rather than just sit and poke and prod. He's looking to apply pressure back onto
not registered.
the West Indian bowlers and Alzari Joseph in particular. But Jaden Sears did so well to cover that ground. He actually got there, just didn't really settle and really have a still head at the time that the ball came down.
Yeah, it was a difficult catch as well. He's driving at this ball. He goes away towards the forward point position, and they'll come back for the second. They're not getting the timing onto it. Almost playing with a horizontal bat, Shakib Al Hassan. And he got a couple for it, so he's fighting fire with fire. His style, obviously, is to counter-attack. And so far in this over, he's got a few runs of Alzari Joseph. 55 it is now for 6.
Yeah, and he does favour the leg side. A bit of a bottom-handed player mostly, Shakib Al Hassan, just slapping that one over the offside on that occasion.
Going at a strike rate of 100, 10 from 10. He faces Alzari down the leg side. He tries to flick at it, doesn't make contact. And skipping across his right, his wicketkeeper, De Silva. He had a catch early on to down the leg side to dismiss Tamim Iqbal, who really gave it away. I don't think he should have been playing that shot given the situation facing his side. Should have been a little bit more responsible. To be caught down the leg side, a batsman always believes that he would have given his wicket away. And certainly he was irresponsible, I thought. The sun comes out at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium as Alzari Joseph comes in and the ball is tucked away towards the forward square leg position. This time he ambles the run because the fielder on the boundary, Raymond Reefer, comes in and the batsmen go for a single. So he takes the strike because that was the last ball of the over. Sri Lanka put into bat by the West Indies are in tatters. They're 56 for 6. Shakib Al Hassan, the captain of the Bangladesh team, is on 11. And with him,
SWB audio capture not registered.
Several batters have failed to score so far. 4 of them have been dismissed in Najrul Hassan, also Hussein Shanto, Hassan Joy, and the other Monimul Haq, the former captain. All dismissed for no score.
Well, we've seen a change in approach here from Shakib Al-Hassan, looking to be more aggressive as he looks to take strike, I think, for the first time from Kyle Mayers. Mayers going around the wicket here to him early. Sure, he's looking to take the ball away from Shakib Al-Hassan here early with the field that's set as well. 3 slips, the gully man at point, and the extra cover.
Kyle Mayers, right arm round the wicket, and he charges down the pitch and has a swing at that one. He missed it and taken by the wicket keeper. So his intent is absolutely clear. His intention is to try and accumulate runs with aggression. Perhaps it was ill-advised. The non-strikers call him down to have a word with him, perhaps to tell him that it's unnecessary. Try and play orthodox strokes, please.
I think he's good enough as well to show a good sound defence and soak up some pressure here. But I think what we're seeing, especially from these players who tend to favour the white ball game, and I think Shakib Al-Hassan has favoured T20 and 50 over cricket over the last couple of years, is that approach. We saw Johnny Bairstow the other day coming straight from the IPL, bringing that approach to the game. And I think there's a time and a place, though, for it. That was it the other day. I'm not sure it's here in these conditions right now for Shakib Al-Hassan.
Kyle Mayers starts but stops and then polishes the ball as he walks back to his mark. Hassan playing in his 63rd test match. He has had over 4,000 runs, 4,130.
SWB audio capture
averaging
not
just
registered.
Short of 40. And his highest score 217, 527 50s. He's tried an IPL stroke.
Telling you.
T20 stroke there. He was trying the scoop, the Dilshan scoop, but not being able to be effective at all. And the ball right away down to Gudakesh Moti in the backward point area.
You just feel the traditionalists, who are watching this game, just pulling their hair out every time they see a stroke like that from Shakib Al-Hassan, bringing the white ball game right here into Test cricket on day one.
Yes, it's absolutely unnecessary, I thought. Hazy flashing at this ball, mistimes it badly. Looking to hit it in the vicinity of point, got it away to short extra cover where Craig Brathwaite is positioned, and no run resulting. So he's just as if he's, saying, whatever happens, that I'm going to go on an all-out attack here against the bowling, but it has to be calculated, and so far it has not been played with the degree of wisdom that we expect from someone of his quality.
No. Being the captain as well.
He's a left-hander, set is over his bat. So Mayers is here to bowl him, and he's driving, hitting this one over the top, and he's hit it quite well, and I think he's hit it for 6. Yes, the signal comes from the New Zealand umpire in Chris Gaffney. So really getting a ball up to him, and he played through the line, hit it beautifully over the top of long off. It has gone away for 6 runs.
I think Kyle Mayers here will be best served to stay over the wicket to a Shakib Al-Hassan. Go with his natural inducker to the right-hander, but that's going away. To the left-hander, and he's got that ability to even take it away from the left-hander from outside the leg stump, and that's a really difficult proposition for a lefty to face up to. I think he's just missing a trick here by going around the wicket.
So we'll see what his approach will be here. Will he continue? He's 17, 62 for 6 is the Bangladesh score, and Kyle Mayers continuing to bowl around the wicket, and he flicks at this one. Perhaps a little bit of bat on pad there, and they go away for what is called a bye. So there was no touch, and
I thought it clipped something there.
Yes, it looked from this angle as if the motion and the momentum of the ball was impeded by some sort of friction.
It went down quite slowly, didn't it?
But that's not the judgment of umpire Chris Gaffney.
I mean, we're further away, Jack. So.
Yes, we're miles away comparatively. The other umpire, Gerald Wilson of Trinidad and Tobago, he's at square leg. Sun comes out perhaps at its brightest for the morning, as Mayers now deciding to go over the wicket, and the ball is defensively played by Mehedi Hassan. The batsman was come in with his side in desperate trouble. 63 for 6. The overs come to an end from Kyle Mayers. Shakib Al-Hassan is on 17 from as many deliveries, and they certainly need a partnership of substance here if they're going to get a score of any respectability.
For sure, and that's the delivery, that final delivery from Kames. That's the delivery I was talking about, looking to do exactly that same thing to Shakib, the left-hander in Shakib Al-Hassan, threaten that outside edge. You've got the three slips, the gully, got a packed offside field. Just stay disciplined and don't go searching for wickets. At times in quite helpful conditions, it's quite easy to go searching for wickets and not staying disciplined. Here, as we see Kamar Roach replacing Alzari Joseph from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
So Kamar Roach comes in, bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Shakib Al-Hassan, and he cuts this one away. They're looking for a run. He's going to be stranded, and the ball misses the stumps, and they will come for the single now. And perhaps inflicted some damage to his body on that occasion. Shakib Al-Hassan played it down towards the point area. Gudakesh Moti was positioned there, and he went off like a hare looking for a single. Mehedi Hassan was not inclined to go for it, and he put the brakes on. Shakib lost his footing in mid-pitch, and Gudakesh Moti decided to have a shy at the stumps, looking perhaps at one stump from that point position. He missed, and they were able to get the single.
But just quickly, mentally, Shakib Al-Hassan looks all over the place here. His shot selection, his running between the wickets. It's quite haphazard stuff. And from a captain's perspective, you think he'd have a calming influence. But since he's actually come to the crease, it's been more hectic.
Yeah, and he probably lost concentration because that was the first ball, and he went off strike. Kamar Roach is into bowl to Mehedi, and he's defensively forward. Plays it with a fair degree of respect back along the pitch. And it's picked up by Craig Brathwaite, the West Indies captain, who will be very, very happy with the proceedings. Very, very happy that he won the toss, put the opposition in. And that decision has been vindicated with Bangladesh tottering at 64 for 6. Shakib Al-Hassan is on 18. Mehedi yet to score. He's the man on strike now, where without the sunshine is Kamar Roach speeds in to bowl to him, and he gets a full length delivery and drives quite competently. There goes to Brathwaite. Brathwaite having to move very, very quickly away to his right to make that save. And the score is kept on 64 for 6. And West Indies would have won their last series against Bangladesh as well. They had a 2-0 win on Asian soil early last year, and spin very much was the tormentor. The spinners were the tormentors on that occasion. This ball is on the legs of the right-handed Mehedi. Tries to turn it around the corner. It doesn't get far. Perhaps it was all pad, and Raymond Reefer having to move from that square leg area close in to do the fielding. Alongside me is Terry. Terry, welcome back.
Thank you, Junk, and good morning once again to all our listeners. It's a very interesting approach by Bangladesh captain Shakib Al-Hassan. I suppose he thinks with this situation at 64 for 6 that they need to try something, and if he can get away with it.
Here is Roach into bowl to Mehedi. He turns it around the corner, doesn't go far from Raymond Reefer, and the score is kept on 64 for 6. The West Indies living out of their 13-man squad, Devon Thomas and Anderson Phillip. And so the West Indies fielding Craig Brathwaite, captain, Jermaine Blackwood, John Campbell, Nkrumah Bonner, Kyle Mayers, Raymond Reefer, Joshua De Silva, Alzari Joseph, Jayden Seals, Kamar Roach, and Gudakesh Moti. Moti, the left-arm spinner, making his test debut. Roach runs in, right arm over the wicket. And he's driving and gets it away from Craig Brathwaite, who gives pursuit as the ball goes away towards the long off area. Was never going to reach the boundary. It wasn't well timed by the right-hander. And so they settle for 2 runs. So the over has come to an end, bowled by Kamar Roach. It means that Shakib Al-Hassan will be on strike. He's 18 from 18. Mehedi just getting off the mark with that couple through the mid-off area. 66 for 6. Is the Bangladesh total after being put into bat.
But a confident stroke there by Mehedi Jack to get him off the mark. At least he was coming into line with the ball and coming towards the ball to meet it. They've struggled once again with a bit of bounce in this pitch. Have the Bangladeshis which they always seem to do when they come to the Caribbean. But it'll be interesting to see what approach Shakib takes from now on in. Of course, we're approaching lunch on day one, so a lot rests on his shoulders if Bangladesh are going to put up any respectability in this first innings.
Kyle Mayers, outside the off-stump, Shakib Al-Hassan doesn't offer. Taken by the wicketkeeper. We'll have more from Terry. And then to take you to lunch. So he'll take everybody to lunch, will be Seth Burton.
Yes, and just going back to that Tamim Iqbal wicket, it was a big wicket for West Indies. He's the man in form and most experienced player on the team. And yes, he was strangled down leg side and he threw it away. But just looking at previous deliveries to him, I think West Indies saw or noticed something, that he was coming right across his wicket trying to flick the ball down towards.
Once again, Al-Hassan coming out of his crease and walking into this one from Kyle Mayers. So quite an interesting approach.
Very interesting. It sounds at
60 odd for 6. 20.2 overs in a test match. Moments away from lunch. The captain has chosen at least 3 strokes that would not have been approved, I'm sure, by the coaching staff. Kyle Mayers, this time, a better shot on the part of Al-Hassan. He just stroked it. It was angling across him from over the wicket, and he came into it and played it out to Alzari Joseph at the deep extra cover position. So the single takes Shakib Al-Hassan, the captain, on to 18 from 20 deliveries. Mahidi, who is on 2, will face. Kyle Mayers is bowling with just the 3 slips, no gully. There is a cover and extra cover, mid-on, short mid-wicket, and at forward of square on the onside. This one has been steered into the gully position. Bonner fields, and there is no run. And of course, there is someone on the long leg boundary. Looks like Kimar Roach. The West Indies this morning really came out, Terry, and they have done a good job. Kimar Roach leading the cast, the outstanding Barbadian fast bowler, really led from in front. Overnight, we weren't sure as to whether or not he would have made it in the team. A late decision about fitness assessment. Here is Kyle Mayers. This one once again steered down to the gully region for Bonner to field, and there is no run. But he came and he really struck early in his second delivery. And then with the first delivery of his second over, that really set back Bangladesh from 1 for 1 and 3 for 2. And then he really paved the way for the other wicket takers, including Seals, Joseph, and now Kyle Mayers, who has taken 2 wickets. Mayers comes in this one just outside the off-stump. Mahidi was not induced on that occasion, allowed the ball to go through. That completes the over, and Kyle Mayers would be pretty comfortable. 2 for 7. In fact, there were only 2 scoring shots played off Kyle Mayers. In fact, he would have done so well that apart from the 6 from Shakib, who was really on the go, there was just a single. And in his 4 overs, he has done well with 2 for 7.
He has done well, and I agree with our colleagues that when he comes over the wicket with De Silva, the keeper, standing back, I think he's more effective than coming round the wicket and having De Silva stand up to the stumps. 67 for 6. Bangladesh will be looking to get through this next 20-odd minutes or so before the lunch break without any further loss. Of course, West Indies would love to see the back of Shakib Al-Hassan, and he's provided them with some opportunities. So let's see what happens with Roach now.
Kimar Roach comes, he charges him, hits this one. The ball does not go where it was intended. It is, in fact, going out towards the point boundary, being pulled back by the fielder. We got the impression that he was attempting to play that one over long off, and it spliced off the bat. And he's really living a charmed life here. He came down the track and was wanting to play it between long off and extra cover, and the ball ended up over point. So we have seen a change in the field. A deep point has been put in place. This time he steers it down. A chance for a run out. We have seen a frantic Bangladesh batting team here at Terry. I'm not quite sure what is in the head, but we have seen already a missed opportunity for a run out earlier in this partnership between Shakib and Mihidi.
Yes, you wonder what's in their head, because given the struggles that they have, especially here, as we say, at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Maybe a psychological thing. When they see the Sir Viv Stadium, they may go into panic. Oh, Kimar Roach, not a good delivery. It was a slow one coming from the back of his hand, but fortunately, his captain, Craig Brathwaite, was in that short cover position and was able to stop what could have been 4 easy run.
But having said that, though, Seth, could you imagine if the top order of the Bangladesh team came out with the attitude that the captain has had and fell to 50-odd for 6? What he would say, but now I suppose when he's captain...
Here is Roach this time. Another good delivery. That one cramped him for room. It was coming into the body. He was trying to play a short jab. Got the ball down to third slip. So Kimar has been, in fact, his first 5 overs came from this end, the Kirtley Ambrose end, which is, in fact, the northern end here at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium. He has since been switched to the Andy Roberts end. Both ends being named off of the Knights, Sir Kirtley Ambrose and Sir Andy Roberts. Outstanding former West Indian fast bowler Kimar Roach to Al Hassan, and he swipes at that outside the off stump wide. He missed it completely. 69 for 6. Bangladesh. West Indies would be happy going into lunch. They have inserted the Bangladeshis. Captain Craig Brathwaite, not only for his decision to insert the Bangladesh team, but also how he has used
the rotational bowlers.
It has been really high class, commendable stuff.
Definitely, and every change he's made has brought about a wicket.
Kimar Roach comes in around the wicket, down the leg side. Shakib flicks it off the pads. Raymond Reefer comes off the square leg boundary, and only a single. Shakib, the leading scorer so far in this innings for Bangladesh. He's on 22. In fact, not the leading, because Tamim Iqbal scored 29. That completes the over. It is 70 for 6. Terry, Kimar, a mixed over there, but we still saw Shakib really trying to go after him with his team in a precarious position. Perhaps he's trying to fight fire with fire.
Yes, most definitely. It's a very interesting approach, and only time will tell whether it's the right approach or not, but you would suggest not at 70 for 6, and you're playing basically white ball cricket with the shots you're selecting, the runner between the wickets. He's been dropped once, he's been almost run out. I think with that run-out chance, it was a good shy at the stumps, but De Silva was saying, throw it to me. They still had enough time to throw it back to keeper De Silva and run him out. So a very interesting approach, but they're a bit shell-shocked. But on the other side of the coin, Craig Brathwaite and the West Indies will be very happy, because, of course, very important series this, that they're looking for maximum points. As far as the World Test Championship is concerned.
Mayers over the wicket. Shakib swings at that, missed it completely. A slow delivery. Josh De Silva, who is standing up to Mayers, could not stop it, but Shakib saw it, and he is not pulling back. He was dropped earlier by Jaden Seals off Alzari Joseph. A ball played in the air towards a deep mid-on position. He ran back, and it was a difficult one because he was running back. It went in the hands and out. But Shakib lives to fight another day. Another slow delivery. Nicely played in the end. Showing more commitment, more patience, Shakib.
And of course, you wonder what form he's in too, though, Seth, because he didn't bother with the only warm-up match against the President's 11. Did Shakib. So, but interesting, 22 off 29, now he's been out there for a while. He could really settle down, at least get them through to lunch.
This time he gets one onto the pads, and it goes out into the offside, no run. So Kyle Mayers really putting in his work here. We did mention 2 all-rounders in the team. Kyle Mayers, though, a special one. His double century against Bangladesh a couple of years ago really was pivotal towards the West Indies winning and chasing. And his batting and then his bowling has stood out. The series against England, is borne in mind, and he can do both effectively. Raymond Reefer, who would have had a test before this, is the other all-rounder being brought into the team. A team already with 3 frontline bowlers, medium fast bowlers. This one is cracked out to cover a big chase by the fielder, the debutant Moti, who sends the return low to Joshua De Silva. Good positive intent on this occasion, and the captain Shakib would be saying that one deserved to be 4, but the West Indian captain Craig Brathwaite had already sized that he is in an aggressive mood and had good covers in that cover region. So the sweeper doing the job there. Mayers only with 2 slips now. In fact, a gap between first and second slip. A backward point to cover. Short extra cover middle. Another back of that hand delivery. He missed it completely. Josh De Silva also missed it. But the fielder at first slip, the vice captain Jermaine Blackwood, was able to take it.
He's mixing it up well though, Mez, and the slow one is definitely troubling Shakib, who seems, in this over at least, he's trying to at least stay in his crease, stay more balanced in his crease, I should say.
And it's smart bowling on his part because he realizes Shakib's mood, and he is really mixing it up here. Comes in over the wicket, wait. He was already in position to pull, but then he had to wait on that, and he just tapped it down to a short mid-wicket position. Jaden Seals feels to that. In fact, that's Kimar Roach, and the single at the end of the over takes Shakib to 25. Mihidi is on 2. It is 73 for 6 Bangladesh. They're going at a rate of just about 3.1.
SWB audio capture not registered.
It has been good, but at the same time, you'll see now perhaps a change in mindset from the captain himself.
And I think for Bangladesh's sake and his team's sake, he definitely needs a change of mindset. But West Indies would still be looking for one more before the interval. They've had a great session. You say the run rate just to tick over 3, which is good as far as Bangladesh are concerned. But losing 6 wickets in a session first morning.
Interestingly here, we are seeing a wide, the first wide of the innings. Kimar Roach really had that one way outside the off stump. And umpire Joel Wilson signaled the first wide of the test match. Just one thought though, whereas we were commending the captain's insight in his rotation of the bowlers, I would get back to that comment after this delivery as Kimar Roach comes in to Shakib, and he edges that over the top of slip, and perhaps he didn't recognize that John Campbell was placed in a third man position, and that one bounced well in front of Campbell, but a good setup by Roach, a shorter delivery coming into him. He didn't cut, he was just attempting to play it over the slips. He did that successfully, only got a run, but could have gotten himself in a tangled web.
Most definitely, because Johnny Campbell down the third man was almost at a fly slip position, so it nearly went straight down his throat. But Shakib doesn't seem to be concentrating as well as he should.
Kimar Roach making some adjustment to the field now. Mihidi on strike, it's the slip, 3 slips and the backward point, so he's comfortable also with a long leg on the boundary.
SWB audio capture not registered.
And Reefer, who comes in from cover to mid-off, and there is no run. So pretty much a fight back here as far as the Bangladeshis are concerned. They lost wicket number 6 with the score on 45. These two have added 30 runs, 26 of which would have been credited to Shakib Al Hassan, the captain. He's content just to anchor. He's on 2 as Kimar Roach comes into him, steps across and covers up nicely. The ball is intercepted by Raymond Reefer. And no run. Raymond Reefer, the second all-arounder, bowling, medium-fast bowling all-arounder in the team, because perhaps Moti, who is the debutant, would say, why do you not count me as an all-rounder? I scored 100, my maiden first-class 100 during the first-class season, which was completed just 3 weeks ago. This time, this one is angling down the leg side. Mahidi takes it on the body, was looking to amble to come through for a single, but Raymond Reefer is quick, comes in and charges in. So, Terry, what we have had is a mixed situation. The first 3 batsmen to have departed once the West Indies inserted Bangladesh, all 3 fell for a duck. And I thought it was a lack of confidence, a lack of commitment. They were lounging forward and not fully committed forward. Part of the reasons. The other half, I will tell you, as Roach comes in, Mahidi looks solid in rock defense and just plays that to refrain the extra cover position. But then the other 3, I thought, gave it away completely. Tamim Iqbal, after he would have added 25 with Lytton Das, he actually had one down the leg side from Alzari Joseph, and he just leisurely flicked it.
SWB audio capture not registered.
And then Lytton Das, for no reason, some reason in his mind, just literally walked down to Mears, and then he found himself being the next one caught outside the off stump on that occasion. Mahidi defending well to Kimar Roach up to Seals. No one on that occasion. It remains 75 for 6. But just to complete the chain of thought there in terms of the Bangladeshis, he walked down to Kyle Mears, and he was about 2 strides outside the crease when the ball was delivered. Took an edge, and once again, De Silva was happy to celebrate at 41 for 5 with that partnership. The first with Tamik going for 25, and then him giving away his wicket shortly after. 2 wickets falling on 41. It really did not inspire confidence. And then we saw that one with Nurul Hassan being LBW, which I thought it was well outside the off-stump umpire's call, but they did not play a stroke, was not committed, and those last 3 wickets were sad dismissals as well.
Yeah, and but I think they've got stuck in the crease. Bangladesh, once again, as I say, any pitch they play on that's got a little bounce, a little movement, especially this one here, seems to trouble them, like they're caught in the headlights type thing. As Gudakesh Moti is going to have his first ball in Test cricket. But also they were working it out because Mays did bring a couple back in.
The left-arm orthodox Moti's first delivery pitched on the pads of Shakil Hassan, and no run. So Moti, 117 first-class wickets, doing rather well. Left-arm orthodox from Guyana, the man from Georgetown, making his debut here in St. John's.
SWB audio capture not registered.
Down the leg side, Al Hassan just pushed the pad out and allowed the ball to strike the pad. So would Moti be under any pressure here, considering that the Pacers would have already taken 6 wickets? Here is he. This time a better delivery. Pitched on target just outside the off stump, touching down on off. A defensive stroke coming on this occasion from Al Hassan, the captain. Here is he once again. This time Al Hassan, he was in 2 minds. He wanted to go on the attack, but in the end he saw Carl Mayers out at long on, and there is also Roach at mid-wicket on the boundary.
He's been in about 3 or 4 minds all morning, hasn't he, said?
So Moti, Gudakesh Moti. This time Al Hassan comes down the track and he plays the ball between the legs of the field, that forward short leg, and he is walking a single. Raymond Reefer would remind him that he has a strong arm with that throw. He gets a single, so the first run coming off Gudakesh Moti is a single from Shakib Al Hassan. Moti would have received his West Indies cap this morning, and he would be a happy camper. Left arm orthodox as he comes in once again, just outside the off stump to Mehidi. Did not trouble him. That completes his first over. Only a run of his first over in Test cricket. He must be a happy camper. And will we be seeing the players? Yes, the players are going off after an outstanding performance on the first session by the Craig Brathwaite-led West Indies team. The Bangladeshis, on the other hand, they would feel that they would not have done what was expected of them. They are 76 for 6.
SWB audio capture not registered.
76 runs scored, 6 wickets. West Indies doing well, only conceding 3.04 runs per over, and fairly good over rate, 12.4 overs per hour. But when you look at what has happened, it has really been very good performance from the West Indies. Kyle Mayers and Kemar Roach with 2 wickets each. Alzari Joseph and Jaden Seals also with a wicket. Your thoughts, Terry?
Yes, it's been an excellent morning, Seth, as far as the West Indies would be concerned. Everything's gone right. Roach being cleared to play. Passing the fitness test yesterday was very important. I know that they were sweating on that for him to take the new ball. They won the toss this morning, did the right thing. They were wanting to insert Bangladesh, who, as we say, do struggle here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And a bit of bounce, a bit of movement, got them again. So picking up 6 wickets in the session. Excellent work by the West Indies. I know what you were saying, Tamim Iqbal stranded down the leg side. Normal, I think it was, that was all over his crease and everything like that. But I think he had the problem with he was trying to read Mays where if Mays was bringing the ball back in or taking it away. In the end, undecided and got caught on the crease, offering no shot. Iqbal, as I say, he was coming right across, trying to turn it down to fine leg on a few occasions. Craig Brathwaite employed the leg slip, and I think that had something to do with it. Plus the break, there was the first over back from the drinks break, and but they just haven't looked settled, Bangladesh, whatsoever so far in this first session. And West Indies, credit to them, they've stuck to their guns. They realise they know how important this series is for them, Seth. As far as the World Test Championship is concerned, they'll be looking to pick up maximum points in the 2 tests, both here and St. Lucia next week. So they've started very well. It's now up to them to maintain that effort and make sure that they put this Bangladesh innings to bed as quickly as possible, now that they've made the initial breakthroughs and really got them on the ropes.
Yes. So just for our listeners who may have joined us late, we would just like to let you know that the news here at the Sir Viv Richards Cricket Stadium, Bangladesh, at lunch they are 76 for 6, being inserted by the West Indies captain. Shakib Al Hassan is on 27, and Mehidi, he is on 2. They would have lost at the start. Tamim Iqbal caught the silver off the bowling of Joseph for 29. But before that, there was Mahmudul Hassan Joy caught Bonner Bowl Roach for a duck at 1 for 1. Then there was Najmul Shanto, who was bowled by Roach for a duck at 3 for 2. Then Manimul Haq, the senior man who you expected much of, caught Blackwood off the bowling of Roach for a duck. That was 16 for 3. And then, as you would have heard, Tamim Iqbal, who really tried to hold the innings together, was caught the silver off the bowling of Alzari Joseph for 29. That was at 41 for 4. And Lytton Das, who also shared in a 25-run partnership with Tamim Iqbal, caught the silver off the bowling of Mayers for 12 at 41 for 5. And then Nurul Hassan was LBW to Mayers for duck at 45 for 6. Bangladesh losing 6 wickets within 15 overs. But since then, we have seen a fighting stand, a fighting partnership of 31 between Captain Shakib Al Hassan and Mehidi. And they are batting well, with Shakib on 27 and Mahidi Onto for the West Indies. It has been very good bowling. Excellent bowling by the man who started the challenge for them. Kimar Roach, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 21. Jaden Seals, who started with Roach, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 24. Alzari Joseph, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 15. Kyle Mayers really bowled well and came in as the dark horse, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 10. And Gudakesh Moti on his debut just had the 1 over before the interval, 1 over, no maiden, 1 run off of his bowling and no wicket. We will be joining you in the next 25 minutes or so, or after lunch. Also, I am sorry, in fact, we are going to have a lunchtime edition here. Compliments ABS and Point FM here in Antigua Barbuda. Vernon Springer is waiting on me. Marley Richards is also queued up. Jack Matthew has been around. Garfield Burford would also join us. So we'll be delighted to bring you our lunchtime story here from the Sir Viv Richards Cricket Grounds. Vernon Springer, you would have seen the action from the start. Tell us.
Thank you very much, Seth, and we just want to take some time out to thank Seth, Jack, Mali Richards, Terry Larajo for starting off the morning's proceedings and getting us organized here. We pay some respects to our sponsors, and when we come back, we'll have a lunchtime chat with Garfield Burford, Mali Richards, and yours truly, Vernon A. Springer. Bangladesh, 76 for 6. If you woke up this morning, I don't think they would have known that they would have been 76 for 6 the last time they were here, bowled out for 43. Pay some respects to our sponsors, and then we'll come right back here for our lunchtime chat.
This is Cricket on the Cut and Drive Network.
To the luncheon edition, as we say good afternoon to the folks who are listening to our broadcast right here from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Mali, good afternoon. If you woke up and you came here this morning and you would have known that Bangladesh would be 76 for 6, you on a test match, you would have been surprised?
Yeah, I would have been a little bit surprised considering what we have seen in terms of the batting conditions here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium over the years. But turning up here this morning and just seeing a slight tinge of green splattered across this pitch, especially just on that off stump for the right-hander when bowling from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. I wouldn't be that surprised, but West Indies did very well in order to exploit these conditions.
Yeah, well, in interesting times ahead in terms of what's going to be happening. So, folks, if you're wondering what's happening, we're going to be having a lunchtime chat taking place right here in our studio. Garfield, good afternoon. How are you?
Very good afternoon to you, Kenny. Almost said Kenny. Good afternoon to you, Vernon. Good afternoon to Marley. Good afternoon to our listeners in Antigua, Barbuda, right across the region. Fascinating to have cricket back here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and fascinating to have a sprinkling of spectators, gentlemen. I mean, the last few times we've had cricket here, certainly there was the England series, of course, and we had spectators who were lined off. I remember, for example, there would have been the England supporters who would have been lined off here, but before that, we would have had the perils of the pandemic resulting in spectators almost being golden.
Just the flagman, really, if I remember.
There you go.
Yeah.
It was almost golden to see a spectator here or there. As you said, the flagman represented well. But good to see a sprinkling of spectators. Of course, this is Thursday, the start of this test match. But the way it has been going, gentlemen, it does appear that perhaps, who knows, we may not even be here for 5 days. Let's see how things go.
Yeah.
We don't have a crystal ball. We're not being clairvoyant. But certainly from what we've seen so far, Bangladesh not doing very well at all, unless there is going to be a captain's innings by Shakib Al Hassan. and supported by Mehdi and the rest of the lower order. Let's see what happens. But Shakib will have to earn his keep here as a captain and to demonstrate that they're a resilient team and that they can be tenacious and come back from pretty much the clutches of a very low first innings total.
And I mean, the way he started his innings here today as well, you know, that chaotic nature, you know, frenetic almost, you know, running down the wicket, trying to knock Kyle Mayers off his length, playing some ill-advised strokes, to be honest, but he survived. And, you know, they do say fortune favours the brave. And he's now on 20-odd not out here. You know, the sun has been baking this wicket for a few minutes since the luncheon interval. It's just going to get slightly easier for batting as the day progresses. All he has to do from a Bangladesh perspective is to soak up whatever pressure is being meted out by the West Indian bowlers and look to capitalise on bad deliveries. We know he's got that propensity to score. He's got that attacking nature, looking to put pressure onto the bowlers. But he's also got to have willing partners. And at 76 for 6, there are not too many wickets in the hutch, Garfield.
You are right. Just before Vernon comes back in, Vernon, I want to make the point that I think at this point, Bangladesh are ruining the fact that they do not have in this lineup Mushfiqur Rahim. He would have been absolutely fantastic in terms of helping the innings at this point to add some level of stability and some level of class, I dare say, in that lineup. But Mushfiqur Rahim, unfortunately, he's not here. Top scorer against Sri Lanka. You know, extraordinary. By the way, he opted to go on the Hajj, as well as Tashkin Ahmed and Shariful Islam were both recovering from injuries. They're recovering from injuries, and in terms of Mushfiqur Rahim, he opted to go to the Hajj. But they're certainly missing him because he would have been, one would have dared say, a mainstay in this innings.
Well, you know, if anything to go by Mali and Garfield, the captain, Shakib Al-Hassan, he's played this is his 12th test match against the West Indies, 813 runs with a high score of 97. I think he will need more than a 97 here today to be able to... I think
he has 2 90s here in the West Indies, and he's got 96 not out as well. Not managing to get to 100, but he's got the propensity to score big runs here.
Well, in all, he's got 8 half centuries against the West Indies, so you're certainly right with an average of 45.16. So it's still a whole lot to play for. But guys, I don't think we can overemphasize the contribution of Kemar Roach coming back from an injury, hamstring injury this morning, Mali. And before you came, Garfield, I was discussing with Mali, and I was saying, I know he's a strike bowler, but I would have just maybe wanted to see him maybe in match practice ahead of this first test. But he came out in the first over and delivered with a blow. Even though you would say to your point that I don't know if it's a mindset game with Bangladesh. The last time they were here, they were bowling for 43. As we speak now, they're 76 for 6. So it'd be sort of mind game when you look at the scoreboard. Yesterday I was in the camp after the press conference, and the video analyst who was here before, he was talking to the coach about what happened in 2018. Both him and Alan Donald. So, you know, that's how the message. He said, do you have footage? He said, yes, I've got footage.
So that just tells you they've been replaying over and over the bad performances, isn't it?
On the face of it, it hasn't helped yet. On the face of it. When you look at the score, it hasn't really helped yet. But let's see. But in terms of the form of the teams, last 5 matches, West Indies would have had a win, a draw, and a loss and a loss. So 2 losses in terms of their most recent 2 matches. Bangladesh, it's a little bit more woeful. They've actually had a loss, a draw, and 3 losses on the trot in terms of their last 5 matches. So it is instructive that in terms of on form, the West Indies marginally better because they've had 1 win and 2 draws. Bangladesh would not have had any win at all in their last 5 matches. 1 loss, a draw, and 3 losses.
Garfield, West Indies would have won it 12, lost 4, 2 draws. So comparative. Pretty new in terms, Mali, of test cricket between Bangladesh and West Indies.
And what we have seen is the general trend in test cricket worldwide is that it's really difficult to win away from home. But if you think about the West Indies' last tour of Bangladesh, coming out series winners, and now having Bangladesh here in home conditions, definitely coming into this series as favourites. If you think of the way even Bangladesh started. I mentioned this earlier in the broadcast as well. Bangladesh started their test year off brilliantly, Springs, with that win against New Zealand in New Zealand. And ever since then, it's just been one loss after the other, taking that one step forward with that win and almost 3 or 4 steps back since then. So they're just struggling to find a cohesive unit,
not registered.
the Bangladeshis in Test cricket at this point in time. And from a West Indian perspective, they should be fully confident in exploiting that.
Well, when we go to in terms of batting, Craig Brathwaite has 3 centuries against Bangladesh. Shivnarine Chandapal, whose son is in the reserve, Tejanarine Chandapal, he got 4. Ramit Sarwan 2, Darren Bravo 2, Kyron Powell from the Leavers in the West Indies 2. But if we look around, Ramit Sarwan, in 2004 scored 261 not out. Marlon Samuels 260 not out 2012. And then you would have had Craig Brathwaite 212 in 2014, and the man with the golden arm so far, Carl Mayers, 210 not out. I think this was in 2021. And Shivnarine Chandapal, 203 not out in 2012. So we've got an established where we've had 5 players from the West Indies who would have scored double centuries, including Carl Mayers, also on debut, Garfield.
Absolutely. It is very instructive that you talked about those stats as well. And Mali and Vernon, certainly the odds, when you look at the tea leaves and the odds, not necessarily in Bangladesh's favor at all. They last won a series in the West Indies in 2009, and we remember that at that time the West Indies had a second-string team. So I mean, you could, guys, that has a lot of asterisks to it.
Hello. You know me and you.
You're not going to say a second string team. I know you're not going to say a second string team.
It was though.
I don't know anything called second string team.
I mean, but you know what's interesting? There are 2 players who played in that series from the West Indies here still in the West Indian team from since then. Devon Thomas played in that series. I remember that was his first series, international cricket, and Kamar Roach came to international cricket through that series. So we have actually seen 2 players actually go on and forge long careers in the game
capture,
since then.
Not registered.
I love that. Guys,
that discussion with Vernon would go on.
It would.
Yes, about second string or whether it's some other second string. But one thing is clear, Vernon would agree with this one, that their last series in the West Indies, worst in terms of team batting average. They had a team batting average of 12.60.
Yeah, I
so
mean, that's woeful for at the international standard, isn't it?
Garfield, I know you just joined us. When you saw the squad for the last couple of days, no Devon Thomas, but Raymond Reefer. Maybe when you look at the balance of the squad, Devon couldn't force himself into the team. Seth was on commentary, and Seth and Mali was also saying, listen, when you're in the form of your life, sometimes you don't want to wait. You want to get that opportunity to be able to grab in there. But the most important thing is that he's still here. John Campbell, I think, is really under some pressure. But I think Mali made a very important point this morning, and I sort of jotted down some stats on John Campbell's last innings. It wasn't too pretty in terms of what I've seen. So I think that if John Campbell doesn't get any runs here, Garfield, he could find himself, in fact, if he doesn't get any runs in this series, I think that could be his last homecoming for him. Mali was giving me a claim and says, well, listen, when they called him back, it maybe would have been ideal enough for them to say, okay, well, let's give him another run still there. He still had a good regional tournament.
The
final
one,
3
actually.
games, a decent one.
Regional.
Yeah, so I think he knows more than anything else what he has to do. But before I get a comment from Mali and Garfield, it's important to know that we've been trying a lot of opening batsmen at the ODI level, Mali. John Campbell has scored 176 against Ireland.
I know what you mean.
Along with Shea Hope. And
SWB audio
he's never been
capture,
considered
not
back for
registered.
the ODI team.
In terms of international success, he's had most of it, if any, in the white ball in the 50 over game, hasn't he? With that 170, I'd like you say, and yeah, he hasn't been picked for a white ball squad since. So I mean, it's quite interesting. I thought he was unlucky to not make that World Cup squad at the time, considering. But yeah, I mean,
Has he changed his style, Mali? Has he tempered? Because I
don't know. We're seeing him more in the test game now. So I think he's playing test cricket against the best bowlers. Opposition has a lot to do with it as well. You got to take that into consideration. He's played against England twice. New Zealand as well. In New Zealand. Quite tough. Quite good, very good bowling attacks, and in New Zealand in particular, quite bowling-friendly conditions. So, I mean, I think this, like you say, it's probably his last opportunity against Bangladesh here at home, considering, like Garfield said, just struggling a bit at the test level. If he can't really score runs against Bangladesh here at home, then it doesn't bode well for the future. So, I think this is probably his final opportunity, like you say. We've got to see a big score. He opens the batting. He'll be in against a new ball, hard ball, fields, quite suitable fields for him, big gaps in the field. So, if he can't do it here, then I don't think we'll see much success from him in the future, to be honest.
You're absolutely right. I think that's spot on. I think he should grab this opportunity with both hands. Definitely. Because, as I said, opportunity, there's a saying, strike while the iron is hot.
Right.
And I normally quote Julius Caesar. From Julius Caesar, there's a line, there's a tide in the fears of men, which taken at the flood leads on to fortune, amidst all the shallows of their life are bound.
You're taking me back to literature class.
There you go. On such a full sea are we now afloat. So
right.
we should take our ventures or lose them. So essentially, I think I could quote that for John Campbell and say, look, Brutus said in Julius Caesar, there's a tide in the affairs of men. You are at that point now, and you have to use it to your advantage, or otherwise you lose your opportunity, and possibly for good.
And just quickly on Devon Thomas, it's such a hard call to make, isn't it? Considering when you try and weigh up all the circumstances, from an Antiguan perspective, of course, we'd probably see a few more spectators here in the ground had Devon Thomas been in the 11. Indeed. But in terms of just this balance of the team, I think the conditions here, what Raymond Reefer brings, and if you also think Raymond Reefer has been on the cusp of this test team for the last 2 years or so. He's just been waiting for his opportunity, and he has stayed pretty consistent with his performances in the first class and the List A game. So I think rightly he's gotten his opportunity. Devon Thomas, though, he's right there. You've got that second test. Who knows what the conditions will be like in St. Lucia. May have to go for a different composition of the team. So, I mean, his hard work and his results have been rewarded by him being selected here. Yes, it would be great for him to play at home, no doubt. But I don't think he should be too disheartened. That's what I'm really trying to say.
You're absolutely right. And if he continues to remain, continues to be in around the team, his opportunity will come, certainly.
One innings, and we have seen, though, I mean, he is in top form right now.
That's true.
And it would be nice as well if he can play when he's in top form.
But talking about top form, I think we only see Raymond Reefer as somebody replacing Jason Holder. But I think he's much more than somebody replacing Jason Holder. I think when you look around and you look in terms of how well Raymond Reefer has developed as a batsman and an all-rounder, I think he's the only player in the
audio
Caribbean
capture
who, when
not registered.
Spin, he made 100 miles. We on
I think, you're right. His batting has really improved, hasn't it?
Yeah. When you're talking about playing spinners, he plays the ball late and he stays low to the ball. And he tremendously, as you said, consistently has improved. And it would have been a toss-up for Desmond Haynes and Phil Simmons and company. Do we go with Devon Thomas? What do we say to Raymond Reefer, who's been, like Mali said, knocking on the door there consistently? Most persons felt against England when he scored that 100 in the game that he should have been really in the test squad basically at that point in time. They went for Shamar Brooks. That was another major discussion in terms of
who's also in pretty good form at this point in time. You think of Brandon King as well. Got a few options there, just knocking on the door.
But the competition is good. That's what you want, right?
Yeah, it causes players to raise their games.
And we're talking about competition now. The batsmen waiting to replace Campbell. There's no Kyron Powell in the squad, but there's Tejan Ryan Chandapal. And then Garfield, what's also interesting, because sometimes we have to understand the politics that are also taking place in these franchises. Originally, after the first 2 rounds, Tejan Ryan Chandapal wasn't in the Guyana conversation. They had a practice game before they headed off to Trinidad. He captained the reserve team and slapped 100 against the big team. Then went to Trinidad.
Started quite slowly, you're right.
Vijay Singh took sick. And Chandapal never looked back. So he really has...
grasped his opportunities with both hands. That's what we're
Just
saying.
what you were talking
John
about.
Campbell should do in this match, to grasp the opportunities with both hands, because opportunities might not come a second time for you.
And what we know from Chandapal is he's got that hunger and that appetite to bat for long periods, doesn't he?
It's good to see that,
which
Mali.
is good to see.
What you want to see him now, and as he learns, I don't want anybody to be putting him in that bracket with his dad. His dad played X amount of games for the West Indies and developed his own craft. He now has to come now and begin to learn now how is he going to up-tempo his game, how is he going to graft himself. And he would, what better advice to get from his dad? And he's made some adjustments. You could see him, he's look a lot more positive. And as he goes on during his little career, once he gets that opportunity and he stays fit and he stays focused, I think he's going to be one for the future. But I like what Mali has said. There's competition for places. And so we can't rest on our laurels and say, Mali is supposed to get picked, Garfield is supposed to get picked. Whenever you get your opportunity, because the competition for places is so tight, you realize Shamar Brooks is out of this team. Can he get back in? That's going to be a talking point for a little while.
And also, it's going to be interesting to see Raymond Reefer here at the test level in terms of his bowling. You know, if we do have any reservations about Raymond Reefer, is at the very top level. Does he have the penetration that is required to get good test batters out? You know, I think here is perfect. He's going to have some helpful conditions, more favorable conditions than we're used to here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes about his bowling. Because if you look as well, he's probably the one guy that hasn't bowled just yet.
Yes. Absolutely.
Yeah, you know, you saw Moti come on there in the last over before lunch, but he's the only bowler that just hasn't quite bowled yet, and so it'll be interesting to see what he's been doing. You know, especially in the franchises in the 4-day game, whether he can bring that to the test game and have that level of success.
But Garfield, Mali, we switch the discussion internationally because we have to begin to start to ask ourselves some serious questions. Test cricket. I know, Garfield, you're a test cricket man, but we've seen some major moves taking place.
SWB audio capture not registered.
Outcry now from England and from New Zealand in terms of what George Backley said about women's test cricket. Stephanie Taylor might retire from West Indies cricket within maybe another 18 months or whatever and would have never played test cricket. Deandra Dottin will retire and never play test cricket. And there's this myth out there and this conversation that, women's cricket can't survive there. But if you don't push it, we can't be saying that on one hand, Garfield and Mali, test cricket is the pinnacle, but you're not giving it any support.
And you see, that's the thing. We're tarring the women's game with the same brush of the men's game.
Absolutely.
I'm not quite sure test cricket is the pinnacle of the women's game. Yeah, if you really think about it, these girls, they play, the majority of games that they actually play is in the white ball game. And I actually question the sustainability of the test game at the women's level. Whether it's actually sustainable, you know. At the end of the day, it's all about business.
What about the game recently between Australia and England?
Yeah, I mean, it was brilliant. You see, these one-off games are brilliant, but then when you start thinking of
sustainability,
3-match tests, 3-match series, along with the white ball series that goes along with it, you realize just how hard it is for a lot of these women. I think if it was sustainable, they would have played a lot more. Also, if a lot more people wanted to see it, I think we would have had a lot more women's test cricket.
Well, the women now want to organize their own cricket, Mali.
Fair play. Well, that's what they should do. They've got to do that and bring the fans to the game. You know, and no, at the end of the day, if you think about it, who watches the game, you know? Who would watch women's test cricket? It would be the men that watch men's cricket more often than not. Women don't tend to watch men's test cricket.
We're on very thin ice here, gentlemen. We don't want to come across as being...
No, we're not. We're just being real. I get it. No, definitely. But it's the fact. If you look at the demographics of who actually watches it, it's majority men.
But what do you think about the men's game? Is Test cricket going to survive based on the rate that is of what is happening?
I think what the main issue is scheduling. We're having scheduling issues. I think with COVID and almost a backlog of
competitions,
championships. We're having scheduling issues, and it's forcing teams. And the only teams that really can stay successful when faced with these conditions are the ones with the massive talent pools. So if you think of India, even some of these other Pakistan, teams that can
Australia.
Yeah, even Australia can put out. You think of last year. Remember, India had 2 teams out at the same time. There was the Test team in England, and the one-day team in Sri Lanka, and
because they have such depth.
Yeah, exactly, and that's where we're going. If you think of the calendar for the West Indies this year alone,
it's crazy.
Think about it. What time do you actually have if you're a player out of form trying to work your way back? What time do you actually have to actually work on your game? You're just in competition continuously. So I think it's something that the ICC definitely has to look at is the scheduling of these series, because it's really becoming a lot, especially for teams that have multi-format players.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's really challenging physically.
But player burnout, Garfield, is also going to be critical.
Oh yeah, it's a massive thing.
We're complaining that we want to see fast bowlers around the world. But we can't see fast bowlers around the world, Mali and Garfield, with the amount of T20 and ODI cricket being played on the pitches. Because there's just so much cricket being played. So, again, there's going to be a player burnout issue, which is going to be coming up. And that's why we're having so many injuries.
So rotations are going to be crucial.
Very
and how,
much so.
for example, you manage the rotations,
SW
policies,
not
precisely,
registered.
and to be able to keep the players going. The quality of the pitches is also a challenge. I mean, we've had Mr. Kirtley, who is commentating for TV next door to us. He has a constant refrain about the quality of the pitches. I don't think there can be much complaint about this one so far. Certainly, then again,
from a bowling
perspective, Bangladesh has not really, covered themselves in glory in terms of how they batted.
But we do see a change in the conditions.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
It's not quite a green top. It has quite a bit of grass on it, not a brown top, so a little bit in between. And I think that it's a good test wicket. If you apply yourself as a batsman, you can get runs, and if you bowl well, you can actually get assistance.
So you think we can get grass? You think we can get grass on Queen's Park Oval?
Why you want grass from Queen's Park?
No, I'm just asking.
But why not?
That's why I brought the conversation. If we looked at the last round of matches that were played in Trinidad and Tobago at the different venues, what do you think happened? Guys, Mali had a new ball. He ran in the first 8 overs, and then after that, if you're cashed in, then you're cashed in. So there's a thought where we want better pitches. Are the groundsmen listening? Are the folks listening? Are they aware in terms of what we want?
Right.
Yes, people are coming and we're trying to make Ken Crafton a scapegoat by saying, well, we have a man that is going around and he's instructing XYZ there. But when Mali Richards walks up and says, hey, Trinidad and Tobago, we are spin friendly. But at the same time, Trinidad is also moving from the foil, because against Leeward Islands, they had Anderson Phillip, Shannon Gabriel, Jaden Seals. And you heard the commentators, Colin Murray and company, saying, well, what is this?
Is this
why we have all these fast bowlers and we can't get an assistance to be able to assist them, especially West Indian fast bowlers? So it begs to begin to ask yourself the question, and that's why I asked, why are we not leaving the grass on the Queen's Park track? Because you got 3 West Indian fast bowlers.
I got you. I mean, it's something that we've spoke about.
It is a discussion that has to be had. Yes, it is a discussion that has to continue. But you're right that there cannot be a seeming disconnect between the discussion and the actual implementation, the actual getting it done.
If you think even about St. Lucia last year with South Africa as well,
By the time South Africa started to bowl, it didn't look like the same pitch that West Indies bowled
on. It's crazy sometimes. We just need a more streamlined process.
You know why? Because the South Africans were swinging the ball more Mali, as compared to the West Indians who were looking to, because it's got green, that we're going to be hammering.
Hit the decks.
So we're going to hit the deck. There's a complete difference. The South African seamers begun now to hit the areas more consistently than the West Indians who were hammering the Kookaburra ball.
But I think the issue there is, why have that type of pitch with South Africa possessing that pace bowling attack. You know, that's what we're talking about. The streamlined processes from groundsmen to team management to players. You know?
But how do we win a test match, Garfield?
You got to get 20 wickets.
Yeah, in the Caribbean. In days of old, we knew that once we went to Kensington Oval, we were going to get pace. We knew that once we went to Queen's Park Oval, it was going to be spin. We knew that once we went to Ghana border, that it was going to be batting friendly there. We knew that once we come to Antigua Recreation Ground, ARG, before Sophisticated Stadium, we know what we're going to get. We know once we got to Sabina, where Garfield is from, we know it was going to be pace like fire. Now, as broadcasters, we're figuring out in the back of our mind, how are we going to win a test match consistently? And if we're behind the series, can we catch up somewhere else in the Caribbean?
I don't know. I think when you really think about it, it comes down, like you said, to taking 20 wickets. You know, and do you have the bowlers, regardless of the conditions, to take 20 wickets? I think the great bowlers of the past, they take the wicket out of the equation when faced with flat conditions. You know?
Adjust.
Yeah, they found a way.
Adjustment.
They found a way more often than not. But now, with the advance in administration of the game here, it's definitely improving. I think cricket in the West Indies is being administered at the highest level it's ever been. If you think it may not correlate with results on the field, but that's the reality of the situation.
So it's like and
there are more opportunities available.
Future,
Sorry?
So it's like you're optimistic about the future?
I'll say I'm just watching. I'm observing. I wouldn't say I'm optimistic or I'm even negative about the future. I think I'm just observing, actually. You're seeing certain things being put in place. I think what we need is increased participation, though. We always need increased participation with the different distractions vying for the minds of these young players, you know, of young people. We need to find a way to get these kids into the game.
But Garfield, to support quickly before what Mali said and before we get off, and when we come back we can have this discussion which could be a little bit broader. I think we also have to look at our franchise system, Garfield, and what is happening at the franchise level.
I think it needs to be more streamlined with what's happening at CWI level.
There you go.
That's the main
the point. Well, so folks, this was our lunchtime wrap with Garfield Burford, Mali Richards, and Vernon Springer. We pay some respects to our sponsors, and when we come back, we'll have a brand new panel starting the ball by ball with the umpires stepping out here. Bangladesh 76 for 6 at lunch.
SWB audio capture not registered.
This is Cricket on the Cut and Drive Network. Is Cricket on the Cut and Drive Network as we bring you exciting commentaries on the West Indies Bangladesh series. The action's about to begin. And now, for all the excitement, let's join our commentators for the ball-by-ball commentaries.
Thank you so much for staying with us right here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. You're in tuned with ABS Radio as well as Point FM, bringing you comprehensive coverage of this first day of the first test match between the West Indies and Bangladesh. Bangladesh, if you're just joining us, 76 for 6. Bangladesh 76 for 6. Jaden Seals, 1 for 24, will be picking up the action. He's voting from the Sir Andy Roberts end. I'll tell you about it. I'll run through for you in a very short while the scorecard so far this morning, but it has been a rather woeful performance by the Bangladeshis. They're hoping to rein things in. Here comes Jaden Seals, storms in bowls outside the off stump, and leaving that one outside the off stump was the captain Shakib Al Hassan. He remains on 27. The score 76 for 6. The West Indies, if you're just joining us, won the toss earlier, elected to field first. In rather overcast conditions, the sun has been peeping out intermittently, but no immediate threat of rain at all. There's a feeling that rain is never too far away when there's cricket in Antigua, as we welcome back Terry Laraji. But so far the rain has stayed away. Jaden Seals turns at the top of his mark. He's bowling from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Into ball to the left-handed Shakib Al Hassan. Passes the umpire, bowls outside the off-stump again. Taken by the wicket-keeper Joshua De Silva there. Ace no run, a slip. And almost a big gap there between the vice-captain Jermaine Blackwood and Nkrumah Bonner in the cordon. And of course there's they're keeping a fly slip, kind of third man 3/4 of the way to the boundary in John Campbell. I suppose trying to get that shot that Shakib Al Hassan has had a penchant for, which is just lifting over the slip cordon. He played that one just before lunch. Here comes Jaden Seals, looking possibly to tempt him into that shot. Passes the umpire, bowls, and outside the off stump again, shoulders, arms, leaves that one to be taken by the wicket keeper. There is no run. As we welcome back Terry Lawarji.
Thank you, Garfield, and good afternoon to yourself and all our listeners, and good day to wherever you are taking this commentary. Yes, a very interesting innings here by Shakib Al Hassan, to say the least. So it would be interesting to see if he continues in the same vein after the luncheon interval, or he settles down and tries to dig his side out of this precarious position that they're in at the moment.
Here comes Jaden Seals. Let's see what happens with this delivery outside the off stump again. Identical to what happened the previous two deliveries. Leaves that one to be taken by the wicket keeper there, Ace no run. Shakib Al Hassan possibly would have had a talk and introspection during the lunchtime period and said, well, perhaps I've been a little bit too mercurial. Perhaps I had some flashes, the blood got to my head, and I played some rash shots. I'm going to try to show some sort of responsibility. I'm going to lead from the front. I'm going to show the rest of the lower order what to do. Possibly that explains why he's left 3 deliveries outside the off stump. Jaden Seals passes the umpire, bowls, and this one is driven on the onside of the pitch down to the long on in Kemar Road. Just ambles up to field in a mid-on position. And there is 1 run. So the first run after the luncheon interval, Shakib Al Hassan moves on to 28. The score now 77 for 6. That delivery pitched up, and he just drove it uppishly onto the onside of the pitch for 1.
Yes, we were talking earlier, Garfield, Seth Burton and myself were talking about the way he's gone about his innings. Now, it was 6 down by the time he came in, or 5 or 6 down by the time he came in. If the top order had have played in that vein, what would he have said as captain, is what we were saying. But I suppose when you're captain, you can try anything you like. And who knows, it might eventually come off.
Interesting indeed. Made now to take strike. 3 sips and a gully go down. As here comes Jaden Seals, bowls, and this one pitched up and loud appeal, and he's given out. Caught behind down the leg side.
Again.
Mady is absolutely apoplectic with himself. The captain Shakib Al Hassan just swished his bat in absolute annoyance at the non-striker's end. Mady goes 77 for 7 now. More woes for Bangladesh.
Yes, exactly what West Indies would have been looking for straight after the luncheon break. Pick up the 7th wicket and strangle down the leg side in Tamim Iqbal fashion. I think they were working towards a ploy with Iqbal with that one. Just missed out on a rather poor delivery, really. But a wicket's a wicket. Seals will take it, no doubt. He's struggled a bit today with his line and length, but he's picked up his second. And Bangladesh, they're in all sorts. For sure, at 77 for 7.
Well, all 2s for Mehdi, all 7s for Bangladesh. 2 from 22 deliveries. Bangladesh 77 for 7. Earlier, they were 66 for 6 as well.
True, yeah.
So if you follow that logic, it'll be 88 for 8. Let's see whether or not that happens. But Shakib Al Hassan is now being joined. Shakib Al Hassan is on 28 from 44 deliveries. He's now being joined by Mustafizur. And by the way, it's 26 overs gone, 77 for 7. They're doing much better, though, than their last outing here in North Sound Antigua. They were bowled out for 43 then.
Yes, well, I wouldn't say much better, but at least they passed 43.
Well, almost,
which was in
almost
doubt.
Two times. They're almost actually twice what they did then. So let's see. But certainly it's no laughing matter for the Bangladeshis. They're struggling. Torrid time for them. And Shakib Al Hassan, whether or not, well, the ball is in his court now, and all of it is on his shoulders now to try to rescue his team. 77 for 7 is Jaden Seals, who was pretty happy from that last ball of the last over. The second over after lunch will be bowled by Alzari Joseph, who is essentially the de facto lead. Well, there's also Kemar Roach in the attack, but he's certainly been one of the foremost bowlers in this attack. He'll be bowling from the Secretly Ambrose end. Or the commentary box end. So there is also a third man in for pretty much a fly slip in for Shakib Al Hassan, and this one he attempted to pull it, then became a kind of short arm jab or pulled around to the short leg to the square leg position. There is no run. He remains on 28 from 45.
SWB audio capture not registered.
A run in a short while, just in case you're just joining us.
Would you say, Garfield, that Shakib doesn't trust his partner there? It was a quite easy signal.
That was an easy single.
Single into the onside, but he refused it. Of course, the lower order are in with him now. He realizes that to get any respectability on the score for his
Here comes Alzari Joseph. This one is short and is just pulled around. And again, he refuses the single. Easy single there to the deep square leg, but he refuses it. So obviously now farming the bowling, Shakib Al Hassan. And he remains on 28, 77 for 7. Let's see, perhaps he'll start to take the single round about the fourth ball of the over. Let's see.
Yes, it'd be interesting to see what he does, but I just hope that if he is going to play like this, as Alzari
Joseph bowls, and this one, beautiful delivery going right through Shakib Al Hassan, touching nothing, and taken by the wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva. But that one pitched up delivery. He attempted to play at it and went straight past the outside edge, and there is no edge on that one. He'd be breathing a sigh of relief, but that one, he turned him inside out, really.
Yeah, beautiful delivery. Squared him up, and that's what you want to see from Alzari, bowling with good pace again today.
Here comes Alzari Joseph, starts in again from the Secretly Ambrose end, bowls, and this one is short of a length and turned into the onside to a short mid-wicket position. Alzari Joseph just on his follow-through, just does his own fielding. There is no run, 77 for 7, Bangladesh, and looking to possibly make the most of this, but so far lost 7 wickets, and just this is the 27th over being bowled. Not a good advert for their tenacity, their resilience so far. Let's see what Shakib Al Hassan is able to do. He's actually a little bit apathetic about
SWB audio capture not registered.
The captaincy kind of fell onto him because the previous captain resigned essentially, left the post. And they've been going through quite a bit. Here comes this delivery from Alzari Joseph. Displayed back along the pitch from this one from Shakib Al Hassan. There is no run, 77 for 7. So they've been going through a bit of contortions, the Bangladeshis. A number of their players either out injured, or in the case of Mushfiqur Rahim, who would have been a key player for them. He's opted to go on the Hajj, so he's not available here. A number of their players are out. And in fact, the player Liasir, who was supposed to have replaced Mushfiqur Rahim, also got injured as well. So they've had their own demons to deal with. Here comes Alzari Joseph, and this one bowling around the wicket this time, and this one is just punched and goes for 4. So that one, a cut shot backward of square. 4 runs for Shakib Al Hassan, 81 for 7 now with that shot. He moves up to 32. Good shot there by Shakib Al Hassan, displaying that one backward of square and into the wide third man boundary for 4.
Yeah, lovely shot there by Shakib, and he's class once he gets going. There's no doubt about that. got a good record against West Indies as well. But if he's going to try and farm the strike, just like to see West Indies attack both ends. Too many times teams get into a position, Garfield, where they concentrate on the lesser recognized batsman, if you like, and leave the recognized batsman alone. And then when they turn around, all of a sudden, the game's gone away a bit from them. So let's hope they continue to attack both batsmen here.
Well, it was Jaden Seals again, 2 for 35 so far from Mr. Randy Roberts, and he's up to the wicket and bowls. This one, Mustafizur is just ducking out of this, evading that one. Short pitch delivery. That one goes to be taken by Joshua De Silva. There's now on 3 slips, a gully backward point. There is a short cover in the person of the captain, who is of course Craig Brathwaite. There's a mid-on. There's a forward short leg onto the helmet. And there is a fine leg in the person of Alzari Joseph. He's the only player who is on the boundary. Here comes Jaden Seals from the Sir Randy Roberts, and beautiful sunshine here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium outside the off stump, left alone by Mustafizur. There is around 81 for 7, and they would really want to wrap things up very quickly. They wouldn't want the tail to be wagging here for the Bangladeshis. The West Indians would certainly want to get things out very quickly. They've had their problems in the past, Terry, in terms of wrapping innings up.
Right.
They would not want that to happen today.
No, once they were well on top, as they are at this stage and have been since the start of the day, they'd really want to drive this advantage home, and they've got every opportunity.
Here comes Jaden Seals. He'll be having that idea on his mind. He passes the umpire ball, short delivery again, and there is no interest from Mustafizur. And then after the ball goes by to be taken by the wicketkeeper, he telegraphs a shot that he possibly thought he would have played in another life, in another plane of existence. He thought about just uppercutting it over the slip cordon. He opted that said discretion is the better part of valor.
Most definitely. He was just trying to say, I think if it had been 20 miles slower, I might have had a chance.
Or if we were not 7 wickets down, I would have played that shot. 81 for 7. Here comes Jaden Seals. He's up to the wicket. Balls, and this one pitched up. And he's out. Caught behind. So pretty much the trick there was pretty spot on. Short deliveries before that set him up. And this one pitched up delivery outside the off stump. He went for the drive, but he was already leading onto his back foot. And the edge found the catch taken. Joshua De Silva, yet another catch for him. 81 for 8. Bangladesh sinking further into the mire.
Yes, most definitely, Garfield, but good ball in there by Jaden Seals. As you say, a few short balls just to get him on the back foot and then pitch that one right up. No foot movement at all by Mustafizur. And another naught. Batsman making a naught. That's about the 5th one for the innings, I believe.
Absolutely. Mustafizur Rahman going for without scoring. At least he never got a golden duck. There was a golden duck earlier in the innings, but he's faced 4 deliveries. Didn't trouble the scorers at all. The West Indies having won the toss and inserted Bangladesh into the batting. 81 for 8 Bangladesh. Shakib Al Hassan on 32 from 50 deliveries. He's the top scorer so far. And he will now have to try to coax as much as he can get from the lower order, trying to coax as many runs as he possibly can. 81 for 8, but it's not looking good. Ibadat is the new batsman.
And I think Seals looks a bit better. He looks in a lot better rhythm, I should say, since the luncheon interval. Of course, him and Alzari Joseph would be take their time to get into the match, considering that they just arrived back from Pakistan. They played the white ball series just a couple of days before, so jet lag and all that would come into play. But he looks a lot better rhythm anyway after the luncheon interval.
Indeed. So Jaden Seals 3 for 25 now. This is his 8th over. So a wicket. Shaping up possibly to be a wicket mate. He's up to the wicket, balls, and outside the off stump, beaten is Ibadat, taken by the wicket keeper, and the slip cordon was all about oohs and ahs. 3 slips and a gully, a backward point, all holding their heads in anticipation, holding their heads in what if. That one turned him absolutely inside out, and Ibadat didn't know much about that, but perhaps had he been a better batter, he would have gotten an edge on that one. As it has been, he is I wouldn't quite say he's a rabbit with a bat, but he's perhaps not far from that. 81 for 8 now. This is the 28th over, and Seals is having a field day here. The West Indians are having a field day. Passes the umpire, balls, and outside the off stump again, beaten. And well, he could possibly tell you if he left that one belatedly, but he was beaten outside the off stump. The end of the over, a wicket maiden for Jaden Seals, 3 for 25 from his 8 overs. 81 for 8, 28 overs gone. Shakib Al Hassan on 32. Ibra yet to get off the mark.
Yes, and as you say, Garfield, excellent over there by Jaden Seals, and as you say, it looks like he's getting into his work. Ever not there, not looking to really get behind any delivery. Just doing his best to hope that it's not online. And West Indies bowlers, both Alzari Joseph and Jaden Seals, have that in mind that they bowl straight. Batsman misses, you hit type of scenario for these lower order Bangladeshis.
Shakib Al Hassan facing up around the wicket is Alzari Joseph. This one is punched backward of square. He goes for 4, so 4-1 runs from Shakib Al Hassan. That's lost sight of the ball there a while ago. Shakib Al Hassan on to 36 now. The score 85 for 8. 85 for 8. Short delivery as Alzari Joseph was bowling around the wicket from this Sir Kirtley Ambrose end, and that was meat and drink for Shakib Al Hassan. He would have had his meat and drink at lunchtime, but having extra right after lunch, and that one is going backward a square for 4, backward point boundary for 4 runs. So he moves on now to 36, 85 for 8. Alzari Joseph, will his response be again? And right now that fly slip, who was Carl Mayers, is moving to a third man position, kind of widest third man position. Is up to the wicket and bowls, and this one is played straight to Carl Mayers in that wide third man position. So there's a wide third man with a backward point as well. So obviously they've realized that that's his scoring area, that's his meat and drink. So they've actually put protection out there. So a third man in Carl Mayers, backward point, deep backward point as well. So there is a slip, a gully, big gap between the first slip and the gully, and of course there's a wide third man now in Carl Mayers, who had been in the fly slip position. They asked him to just go into regulation third man position on the boundary. Here comes Alzari Joseph. He's up to the wicket, around the wicket, and balls. This one is pitched up and shaping to give himself room, just backing away ever so slightly to the leg side was Shakib Al Hassan. That one cramped him really, because that one followed him. Pitched up, there's no run, played into the onside. 85 for 8.
Yeah, much better delivery there by Alzari Joseph, pitching the ball up and bringing it back into Shakib. Shakib, anything short outside the off stump, he's looking to step away and cut it backward a point where they've got the 2 boundary riders.
Here comes Alzari Joseph around the wicket again, and this one outside the off stump, just dying just before it went through to be taken by Joshua De Silva. Joshua De Silva had a little bit of a challenge there in getting that one in, but he got his body behind it. There is no run. 85 for 8. So quickly in terms of the run of the scorecard so far, Tamim Iqbal caught De Silva 29, 43 balls faced, 4 fours in that. Mamadul Hassan Joy caught Bonner Bullroach without scoring. That was a golden duck. The Najimul Hossein Shanto bowled Roach without scoring. He faced 5 deliveries. Here comes outside the off stump is this one. Shakib Al Hassan is pulling this one. It will go close to the boundary. Goes into the boundary now. 4 runs. That's backward of square. So that was another boundary there. Dealing in boundaries is Shakib Al Hassan. Short delivery, and he made room for himself. Pulled it. And actually a rather interesting shot. He took it from actually just outside the off stump, or pretty much just on middle stump, and pulled it to just behind square and got 4. So he's now on to 40, 89 for 8.
Yeah, interesting shot, as you say, Garfield.
SWB audio capture not registered.
Here comes Alzari Joseph. Is up to wicket bowls, and this one is actually played through mid-on. It will go into the boundary for 4 down to long on. So dealing in boundary, Shakib Al Hassan, he rushes on to 44, 93 for 8, and obviously he's making sure that he can get as many runs as possible because he's running out of partners. 93 for 8 now, 29th over bowled.
Yeah, he's getting as much as he can out of this, but I'd like to see a different approach, though, by the West Indies bowlers to the left-handed Shakib. I think coming over the wicket and pitching the ball up a lot fuller and moving it away from him will be more beneficial than they basically. The last few deliveries by Joseph were basically too short, and angling into him, he's got that arc to swing through. So no trouble there for him whatsoever.
The right-handed Ibadot will be taking strike now. New over from the Randy Roberts end is Jaden Seals. He's now taking 3 for 25. This is his 9th over. 3 slips, a gully, backward point. Here comes Jaden Seals. He's up to the wicket and bowls, and this one getting behind that. Took a little bit of a very thick outside edge, getting right behind it. You could see his effort to get right behind the ball, Ibadot. And I'm sure he'll be licking his lips, relishing the prospect of bowling on this pitch, because he's actually a very handy bowler as well, Ibadot. So 93 for 8. I was running you through the scorecard, so just telling you again, Tamim Iqbal caught the silver, bowled Joseph for 29, 43 delivery space. Mamadul Hussein Joy caught Bonner, bowled Roach for a golden duck. Nashmul Hussein Shanto bowled Roach without scoring. Monimol Haq after this delivery from Jaden Seals, and this one is dropped actually by the gully fielder. He got his hand to it. It does look to be Nkrumah Bonner, but it put it down. Didn't quite get fully into his hand, and
SW audio capture not registered.
Another delivery, getting the edge, going forward, diving full length to his left. And a little bit of disappointment there for Jaden Seals.
Yeah, another good delivery by Seals and Evernote, as we said in his first over that he faced. He's not too keen on getting right behind the line of the ball to the pace bowlers. It was a good effort there by Bonner. It was wide of him and to his left. Got a fingertips to it, but unfortunately couldn't hold on.
So it will be the left-handed Shakib Al Hassan, who's been dealing in boundaries. He's 44, taking strike. Over the wicket comes, and this one is pulled into the square leg position. Running around there, rushing back for the second run. They decide against it. And so they were trying desperately there to come back for the second run, but wasn't possible at all. Reefer doing a very, very good job there, making sure that they were limited. Ibadot now comes back onto strike. The score 95 for 8. 95 for 8. Ibadot on 1. For 2 it was 1 actually. Shakib Al Hassan on the non-strikers, and now he's on 45.
Yes, a good bit of fielding there by Reefer to get it back in as quickly as possible and prevent the second run there. West Indies would want or prefer to bowl to Evernote at this stage.
Moneyball Haq, he was caught Blackwood bowled Seals without scoring. Lighton Das caught the silver bowled Mayers for 12. Shakib Al Hassan, he's unbeaten on 44. And Nurul Hassan, LBW bowled Mayers without scoring. Here comes another delivery from Jaden Seals outside the off stump, beaten outside the off stump, and there is a cavalcade. There is an absolute phalanx of slip fielders now. 4 slips. Well, actually 5 slips really now. So they're actually just lining up. Well, yes, that's true. So let's see what happens. So they're lining up now because they figure that there will be an opportunity for a wicket. Smelling blood, Ibadot. Here comes Ibadot taking strike down. 95 for 8. Jaden Seals turns at the top of his mark. He can't wait to get in. He's up to the wicket and bowls, and this one is just turning it off the legs. That one just cramped him a bit. Short delivery. And he did quite well there, getting on top of it, as turning it off and into a fine leg position, getting one more. So it's actually Ibadot now moving on to 2. There were 3 slips and 2 gullies there for him a while ago. And, well, actually, that one was on the body. He was able to turn it around. 96 for 8, the score goes on to.
Not the most intelligent bit of bowling there by Seals. You've got the slips stacked, and then you bowl a short ball on the batsman's hip going down the leg side. If he wasn't looking for the edge, or pitch it up, aim for the stumps.
There you go. Mehdi Hassan Miraz caught the silver bowled Seals for 2. Mustafizur Rahman caught the silver bowled Seals without scoring. Ibadot now not out. He's at the non-strikers end. This one outside down the leg side, taken down the leg side by Joshua De Silva. The end of the over there from Jaden Seals. The end of it, 30 overs going 96 for 8. Shakib Al Hassan on 45. Ibadot on 2. Bangladesh in peril, hoping to milk as many runs as possible. Just before I turn over to Seth Burtness, let me give you the rest of the innings in terms of the scorecard. Mehdi Hassan Miraz caught the silver bowl. Seals for 2. 2, Mustafiza Rahman caught the silver bowl seals without scoring. Ibadot, as we said, not out on 2, as is the captain Shakib Al Hassan on 45. Yet to bat, there's one batter left, Khalid Ahmed, 96 for 8. And in terms of the bowling, Kemar Roach, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 21 runs, 2 wickets. Jaden Seals, 8.5, well, actually 9 overs now, 2 maidens, 3 for 28. Alzari Joseph, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 31. Carl Mayers, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 10. Gudakesh Moti just sees 1 over, which was a maiden. Turning back over now to Seth Burke.
Striving for his second wicket. This one is glanced down to fine leg. Fielder coming around does an excellent job in Kemar Roach. So only a single to Ibadot. Alzari Joseph here would have had 1 wicket. Terry. Jaden Seals 3. Kemar Roach 2. But as you assess it, Kyle Mayers 2. But it would have been the man who started the engine going, Kemar Roach, who would have really been the pick of the West Indian bowlers by far. Seals came back well after lunch for those 2 wickets, which really have kept the West Indies well ahead of the situation here. Joseph would like to get a couple more. This time he's 2. Shakim is cramped for a bit of room. Wants to get that one over the top, but he cannot because Alzari Joseph is giving him no room.
It's an interesting ploy here by Joseph because he's coming round the wicket, bowling short into Shakib, who's backing away and trying to cut him down backward of point, where they've got a deep backward point and a wide third man.
Alzari Joseph this time comes from around the wicket, cramps him again. He's intent on getting boundaries here. Bangladesh 97 for 8. They would like to get at least triple figures to get to 100. Shakib is on 45. He would like to get a half century. I'm not quite sure your thoughts about how he has handled the strike, though. I would have thought that approach may have been with the number 9 on, but since they would have lost 7 wickets. He really wanted to hold the strike at all costs. This time he gets one coming into his body, affording him the opportunity of getting the critical single as we come to the end of the over with just 1 delivery remaining. Your thoughts, in fact, 2 deliveries remaining, your thoughts of how he has handled the strike.
Yeah, well, I can see his intentions, probably for the first time today, more clear intentions of how he's going about his innings. He wants to keep as much as the striker possible batting with 10-11 jack, but the way West Indies are going about it, I don't see the point in Joseph coming around the wicket bowling into him. I'd still rather see him hang it outside.
This time a brilliant delivery. It goes right through Ibawilat from Alzari Joseph. Excellent Yorker, but really didn't strike the stumps. Go right ahead, Terry.
Yeah, good delivery that by Joseph, but just outside the line of the off stump. Only just, though. And
what approach would you have loved to see from Alzari Joseph?
Well, I would have liked to see him take the ball full like that, but take the ball away from Shakib. So if he's going to hit it, he has to reach for it, rather than he can steer it anywhere he wants when it's coming into him.
98 for 8 this time. Just short of the man at forward, short leg. And we were commenting early that the short leg is just too far off. Raymond Reefer there. He got one coming into him. Good pace. And he jumped at it in the end. The ball taking the shoulder of the bat. Raymond Reefer was diving forward, but the ball dropped. It was a bit hot on him. And the ball did lag in the air for a while. He did move his feet. He really dove forward, but he should have had a quick movement as the ball lobbed. But so another opportunity for the Bangladeshis. In fact, they are happy
SWB audio capture not registered.
Shakib remains on 46. Ibadot on 3 after your final comment. Vincey Boyan will pick up the comments position.
Yeah, a bit late to react there by Reefer. He has moved in. He was a lot deeper this morning, as you said, Seth, but that one just a bit late on it. But otherwise, West Indies still well on top.
Jaden Seals the man on to Shakib Al Hassan. This time he gets a good one. Comes forward, steers it out to backward point. Moti comes off the boundary, but they didn't run. 98 for 8. Shakib is on 46. They've been easily the leading scorer for the Bangladesh team when they were sent in this morning. The only other batter to have gotten 20 would have been Tamim Iqbal, scoring 29. And then as you look down the list, only Liton Das got into double figures apart from him. Here is he hitting this one out in the air. Roach comes around and he does not run. Vinci?
Yeah, he's been showing some aggressive intent. But, I've said West Indies has Bangladesh at 98 for 8. Why are you employing such a defensive field against the batsman when you're in the ascendancy? You're not in any trouble at this stage where, let's say Bangladesh was 300 and something. I could understand this type of field setting, but you should be attacking regardless.
This time he hits this one. This will be 4 runs over the top. Just coming down, there was Raymond Reefer at a deep mid-off position, and Shakib Al Hassan brings up his 50. Also brings the Bangladesh score up to 102. His 50 and the team's 100 coming up. A good defiant knock so far from the captain in a precarious position.
No, this is what I'm saying, Seth. You still should employ at least 2 or 3 slips, right? But you when you're bowling to Shakib, you set some players in defensive positions because you realize that there's aggressive intent, and you encourage your bowler to bowl a particular length so that those fielders that you set in those defensive positions are the ones that are called into play when he plays aggressively.
This time he pulls this one from Seal down to Alzari Joseph, who comes around to the long leg position, a single. Shakib will be happy to take that single. Only 2 deliveries remaining in this over. To explain Vinci Boyen's concern is that Jaden Seals, who would have taken the 2 wickets after lunch, coming in from the Sir Andy Roberts end, the favourite end coming off the hill, and he had a slip, a fly slip, and 3 men on the onside on the boundary, long on, mid wicket, and a backward of square, but this time for Ibadat. The 3 slips and a gully, and he just walks inside the line of the delivery and allows it to go to wicket-keeper Justice Silva.
Also, in the last over, at the end of the last over, that chance to forward short leg, the fielder clearly did not have any intent or knowledge that, hey, we are in wicket-taking mode. When you're in wicket-taking mode, your body language is prepared for any slight opportunity. And he moved very late. Then he elected to dive forward. I mean, there was just no intent to me as a fielder that he was going to take a catch there.
Seal comes in. Igadat gets a full toss and plays it out to Joseph at backward point. No run. That completes the over. Bangladesh 103 for 8. Reminder that at lunch they went in on 76 for 6. So since lunch they have lost 2 wickets for 27 runs. Shakib Al Hassan has since he moved from a position of 27 not out at lunch to 51. So he has scored 24 runs in pretty much a good time. He has had many other scoring opportunities, but opting not to turn the strike around, opting not to force second runs. So in this case, allowing himself to be on strike to bring some semblance of normalcy to this Bangladesh first innings. Here is Alzari Joseph to Shakib. Shakib hits this one in the air, but it falls well short of Moti, who is placed on the backward point, in fact the cover point boundary. So let's look at the field. A slip, a gully, a 3rd man on the boundary, a backward point on the boundary, a long off, a long on, a middle wicket, and a long leg all on the boundary. And the score So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fielders on the boundary. Here is Alzari Joseph to Shakib. Shakib hoiks this one in the air. Will Roach take the catch? He takes it over his head. And Roach bows as he walks close towards the rope. Wicket number 9 goes down for the Bangladeshis. It is the big fish captain Shakib Albasan going for what? 51 off 57 deliveries. I think his enterprising knock comes to an end at a critical time. Alzari Joseph gets his second wicket, 2 for 33. When we look at it, Joseph held that one back, recognizing his intent. The line was good, the length was good, short of a good length. He was trying to cover the long on boundary, but Kimar Roach judged it well, took it above his head. He had a few paces between himself and the ropes. West Indies in a good position, and Vinci, perhaps Bradford is saying to you, my tactic works.
No, here's what I was saying, Seth. If a batsman is showing aggressive intent, first of all, let's congratulate West Indies on taking that wicket. But if a batsman is showing aggressive intent, let his aggressive intent be limited to a specific area. So if he's going after you, you let him hit the ball where you want him to hit the ball. In this case, Alzari slowed it up, it went to long on. So you let him hit it into spaces, whether it's long on, long off. But you still keep some attacking fielders in positions that if he misses, if he edges, because when a batsman is showing aggressive intent, he is intent on going after every delivery. And it means he can also edge one to the slips. And so you keep players in positions that if it flies off the bat, it doesn't go through those areas and end up going for boundaries. But they also give chances.
New batsman coming in is Khalid. Here is a good delivery from Alzari Joseph, a rising one. And he rocked back and allowed it to go through. Umpire signaling 1. Alzari Joseph won't mind. When he reflects on Shakib Al Hassan, his 51 was from 67 deliveries, not 57. 6 fours, and the only 6 so far in the match. He came in at a critical time. In fact, one thought that he came in a bit late, came in at number 6. Here is Joseph to Khalil Ahmed. He allows the ball to go through, and there is no harm done.
SWB audio capture not registered.
On the gully. Now you see the attacking field. There is also a short fine leg. There is a forward short leg, which is closer in Raymond Reefer than we have seen previously.
Yeah, I'd like to see a delivery of fuller length to the batsman, even up for the drive or even a Yorker length delivery.
Joseph comes in, trying to wrap up the innings, edged and caught. The innings is over, and Kuma Bonner takes a comfortable catch at gully, just as Vinci Boyne was suggesting a fuller length delivery. He was prodding forward Khalil Ahmed, and the ball went to third slip. Bangladesh innings being wrapped up here, 103 all out from 32.5 overs. What a way to end it. Alzari Joseph getting his third wicket and joining Jaden Seals at the top of the bowling board. And I can say that the West Indies will be more than pleased of their performance in this innings, because Bangladesh would have gone in on 76 for 6 at lunch, and the last 4 wickets would have tumbled for 27 runs. Pretty much an excellent performance by Captain Brathwaite and his team.
Yes, certainly an excellent performance, and I'm happy to see that the 2 youngsters in the team are the 2 leading wicket takers in this innings, both Jaden Seals and Alzari Joseph. I think maybe I was looking at the fielders out there, and I was saying to myself that, sometimes the West Indies do not act like sharks, When a shark smells blood, it attacks. Sometimes when they get to a point where they can really go in for the kill, sometimes they allow their opponent to get to them.
relaxed. Capture,
and I think
registered.
in this case, there were some moments where they were a bit relaxed in their approach. Look, there's an anatomy to taking a wicket. There's an anatomy to keeping your opponent down, and that is that being in anticipation mode at all times, not relaxing when you have the advantage. And I spoke about the catch that was missed there by Raymond Reefer. There was no anticipation for something to happen, and so when the ball was played in his direction, he was reacting more than accepting. When you are in anticipation, you are accepting more than reacting. You understand? And so that's why I say that sometimes the West Indies team do not act like sharks. When they smell blood, they attack. You need to attack when you're in situations, because sometimes you let the game slip away from you, and then you find yourself now only reacting and are hoping for something to happen. And there are different modes to the attack. I don't know. I might be rambling here, but I think you get what I'm saying.
I get the picture. I get the picture. Psychologically, you're saying sense blood, smell blood, and deal with it in a bloody manner.
Yes,
that's Vincey Boyne's view in a nutshell.
I said, you know how I play cricket.
So just to go back, recap before Jack Matthew join you, Vincey Boyne. As we mentioned, Bangladesh at lunch, they went in on 76 for 6. Shakib Al Hassan, the captain, he was on 27 not out, and he was there with Ibadat Hussain. Hassan went on to get his 50, but while he was there getting his 50, in fact, he was not there with Hussain. He was actually there with Mehidi Miraz. Miraz caught De Silva off the bowling of Seals for 2. Bangladesh really sensed that they would have gotten further into some trouble, because when Mustafa Rahman came in to join his captain, the captain took an approach that he was not running the singles. Then Rahman got one full outside the off stump. He tried to offer a shot, got an inside edge to De Silva, who grabbed his 4th catch of the innings. So De Silva, so they would have gotten to a position of 81 for 8. And then Khalil Ahmed, he came in, caught Bonner off the bowling of Joseph at the end of the day with another duck. In fact, the 5th duck of the Bangladesh innings. We are seeing really quite a lot of ducks in this innings. At the end of the day, Shakim Al-Basan, he was able to motor well, batting well, managing the strike well. 51 from 67 deliveries, 6 fours and 1 6 to 6 off Kyle Mayers, and he really batted well. But the kudos must go to the West Indian bowlers. Jaden Seals ending with 10 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 33. That was after Kimar Roach would have done the early work, really pushing back the Bangladesh team in the pre-lunch session. He ending with 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 21. Kimar Roach, 2 for 21. Alzari Joseph, who bowled the last over of the Bangladesh innings, 8.5 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 33. Almost similar figures to Jaden Seals. Kyle Mayers, who really kept the pressure up after that early onslaught, that early rush from Kimar Roach. He had 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 10. And on debut, Gudakesh Moti only had 1 over, that solitary over just before lunch, and his over conceded just a run.
SWB
so
audio
when we look at it, the Bangladesh score, let's just recap very quickly. Iqbal scoring 29, and then there were 3 ducks in a row. The ducks in a row from Hassan Joy, who scored a duck, Hassan Shanto, who scored a duck, Munimul Haq, who scored a duck, Liton Das, the only of 3 batsmen to have gotten into double figures. He scored 12. Shakeen, 51. Nurul Hassan also scored a duck, and it continued. Mehidi scored 2, did not improve on his lunchtime situation. And then at the end, Khalil Ahmed also scoring a duck. Bangladesh not really accounting well for themselves. And at the end of the day, it is the West Indies who really dominated the first session and the brief time that we have had at a post-lunch session. After your comments, Vincey Boy and Jack Matthew will summarize the West Indies innings and also will run through your scores for you. Thanks.
Yes, it's certainly a very good performance by the West Indies team. Again, impressive figures and impressive bowling from Kemar Roach. Young Jaden Seals continues to impress in his very short career so far as a Test cricketer, but he certainly has been putting his hands up and continues to do so. And we saw some good figures from Alzari today, picking up 3 wickets today. So certainly a good all-round performance by the team because all of the bowlers contributed. I was just about to ask Seth if the West Indies have earned themselves duck for lunch tomorrow with all of those ducks that they had during the innings of the Bangladeshis. If they are served duck for lunch tomorrow, they certainly would have earned it. But I'm not a duck eater.
SWV audio capture not registered.
However, very good performance. But I think the West Indies cannot be complacent at this time. Not because they have bowled out the Bangladeshis for a very small score means that they can just go in there and approach it in a cavalier attitude. They need to buckle down, score runs, score big runs. It's an opportunity for their batsmen to establish themselves also, build confidence, and to build a big score, and hopefully just bat one time in this innings or in this game and give themselves an opportunity for 2 innings to 1 result.
Just when you mentioned Doc a while ago, Vinci, I remember the late Charlie Joseph. He was a duck eater, and he would say to us, because he used to do commentary as we're doing commentary now. He was a vital part of the ABS commentary team for many, many years. And he would say to us that he had a duck for breakfast. So he was a duck eater, and absolutely serious. That's what he used to tell us. So as soon as you mentioned eating ducks, Charlie Joseph came to my mind. There was a discussion just before we look at the prospects for the West Indies in pursuit of that 103. The discussion you had with Seth about the strategy of the West Indies, I was in total agreement with you, and I'm still in agreement with you. When you have a situation like this, you apply more pressure. So the West Indies should have had even a short leg and a silly point to apply psychological pressure in addition to the pressure of having dismissed more than half the Bangladeshi batsmen. Yeah. And it would also inspire the bowlers. And it would say to the bowlers, look, you have to bowl a bit, 1 or 2 short deliveries here to sort of rattle the batsmen. They're lower the batsmen. They're not accustomed to this. And so I think it would have been more effective. You do not give the opposition a chance to really score runs. Shakib Al Hassan had a chance there to really just hit over the top, hit into the gaps because you did not
give him opportunity.
Yes, and the pressure would have been released.
As if you're playing a 50 over match.
I'm not in agreement with that. And more so because you're playing against a team with not a reputation of really putting up the fight that you would expect Australia would put up, England, etc., India. And so when you have a team in that sort of position, as you said, you go for the kill. You try and put them out as quickly as possible.
And here's another thing, right, Jack? You develop attitudes. Now, you develop attitudes through taking advantage of situations that will help you to build that attitude more so than in situations that is more difficult to build that attitude. That's why people do things in steps. They take baby steps in strides. Now, if you're going to develop an attitude for winning, you have to start with the teams that will give you the option to win. And then when that attitude is developed, you can apply it to the teams that you will have a more difficulty to win with. But you start somewhere. You say, hey, you know what? We're going to use this as our opportunity to develop the attitude of killer instinct. And so when you have done it there, when you get to more established teams, more higher ranked teams that you have that attitude already developed that you can go through and follow through on your plan.
So we're going to see the first ball of the West Indies innings. Mustafa Rahman is on his way to bowl to Craig Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is defending to a ball of fullish length, and it goes into the offside. The West Indies replying to 103 made by Bangladesh.
Capture, not registered.
Bangladesh offering very little resistance against the West Indies attack, losing wickets at regular intervals and eventually falling for that score of 103. Tamim Iqbal made 29, but the top scorer was Shakib Al Hassan. He got 51 of 67 deliveries, 6 fours and 1 6, 103 all out, Bangladesh. So here is Rahman, right left arm over the wicket, and Brathwaite is defending, and watchfully so, getting a ball on about leg stump, or maybe a fraction outside the line of the leg stump, and just coming down on it and playing it back towards the bowler. The score, not for no wicket, the West Indies in reply to 103.
You know, I was just looking out on the field and looking at Ibadat, number 58, and he looks, his physique is very reminiscent of Alzari Joseph and Jaden Seals. I almost thought it was one of them.
He's a fast bowler. Here is a ball which is outside the line of the off stump, and Craig Brathwaite just pulling the bat away from the line of danger, allowing the wicket keeper to take it.
Yes, well left. It looked like it was a delivery that could have given him some trouble, but he didn't play at it. He picked up the line, pulled his bat out of the way late, and allowed it to go through. And he looks like he wants to build a big innings today, and that's the idea. You go there with the intent to build a huge total.
Rahman is running away from us at the commentary box, our northern end of the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and Brathwaite is defending. A ball in line with the stumps, and it rolls down to the mid-on fielder, who then hurls the return back to Leighton Das, the wicket-keeper. Bangladesh will be looking for early wickets and put the West Indies under pressure. Craig Brathwaite, we know he's quite a stubborn character,
audio capture,
and has had a productive 2022 regional first-class season, scoring close to 600 runs, 584 to be precise. And at the test level, he is nearing 5,000, 4,743. He has had 10 hundreds and 25 50s in the highest form of the game. Sailors over his bat, and the right-hander is, again, just forward and cautiously so. And the ball hits the face of the bat and goes up on the onside of the pitch. The bowler following through, Rahman, picks it up and just tosses it to the mid-on, who applies the polishing. And he will collect it momentarily. So this is his 78th test match, Craig Brathwaite. There are 3 slips in place. There's a gap between the man at second slip and the one at fourth. As Rahman runs away from us, goes past umpire Gaffney, played into the offside. Last ball of the first over. So the West Indies yet to score in reply to Bangladesh's 103. Craig Brathwaite and John Campbell opening the batting. And we have had 1 over bowled by Rahman.
Yes. Bowler there has been getting the ball to move slightly into the batsman, a very late movement in a sense. And so I think Brathwaite is taking the correct approach, a very watchful approach, because that late movement is the one that usually causes the batsman some problems. They may think they're playing to the line of the delivery, and just at that last moment it moves, and that could be some problems. So he's being very watchful. I think he's doing the right thing, getting a feel of what is happening with the ball out there before he starts to employ some run-scoring strokes. And as you know, Brathwaite is not necessarily one that is going to be aggressive, but what I would prefer to see positivity, but obviously preserve your wicket before you start going after any runs.
Talking about preservation of wicket, I know that John Campbell will be very keen to preserve his wicket, because he has had a rough time representing the West Indies, to put it bluntly. hasn't really been productive. He faces his first delivery and is right in behind it, shuffling into line, and the ball rolls down towards a straight mid-on position. And there is no run. The West Indies yet to start their reply in terms of runs. Khalid bowling from the far end, bowling around the wicket. Right arm.
You know, John Campbell's issue may be a bit of a confidence issue, more so than anything else. But yes, he has had a torrid time as an opening batsman for the West Indies.
So here's he coming forward, and ball apparently taking the top part of the pad as he played forward outside the line of that off stump. Just lifting his hand, and in midstream just pulling it back down the bowler, Khalid, because he knew that the batsman was hit outside the line of the off stump. Campbell playing in his 19th test match, has had 752 runs from the 36 innings, so that's a moderate return, or maybe some may say it's even below moderate. 23.5 naught is his average. Yet to score 100, 250s down the leg side, and he has a flick at it, doesn't make contact, and Leighton Das skips away to his right to take it with both gloves down the leg side.
You see something on that stroke there. You could see him leaning over towards the offside, and I'm wondering if that may be part of his problem, because that ball was going down leg side, and because his balance was shifted so much to his left, he pretty much took himself away from getting his bat on the ball to maybe get some runs there.
High score 68, settles over his bat, a left-hander, and the right arm fast medium bowler Khalid is into bowl to him, and it's outside the off stump. Batsman is not encouraged to play, decided to lift the bat, and it went by into the gloves of wicketkeeper Leighton Das.
Yeah, much better balance there, very well left alone. He saw that, picked up the line early. It seemed to have a little bit of pace on that delivery also, and he elected to leave it alone. It could have been very dangerous if he elected to go for a drive or even stab at it.
Khalid, 29 years of age, has taken 9 wickets in Test cricket. This is his 8th Test, and John Campbell is defending. And the ball goes down to the mid-on position, and there is no run. Best figures 4 for 92 at the test level, Khalid. So he's very much in the early stages of his career as a fast bowler. But at the age of 29, normally when the fast bowlers reach 30, 31, thereabout, they're very much on the decline most of the times. Well, but we know of some fast bowlers who have managed to keep up the same degree of pace even into their 30s. Here is Khalid, and Campbell is across his stumps. An appeal by the bowler, certainly led by the bowler there. He was across his stumps and trying to work the ball into the onside. But I felt that the decision there by the umpire Gerald Wilson, that he was angled down the leg side and would have missed leg stump. And I think that was the judgment.
Yes, but you see what I'm talking about, his balance. His balance is shifting towards his left, and again it kind of takes him away from getting bat and ball. And had that ball not been going down leg side but straightened, he could have been in a spot of bother with the LBW decision coming into play.
And that point certainly quite relevant. Maybe he needs to have a talk with one Brian Charles Lara, who really, in terms of batsmanship, very much at the top of the tree in world cricket. Ball is turned away down towards the backward square position, and he can't score. That's Craig Brathwaite on strike now, as Raman continues from the northern or commentary box end at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Laura had it all. He had the strokes, he had the balance, he had the technique, he had certainly the quickness of the feet. He picked up the line readily. All the qualities of batsmanship Lara had. And so he would be a good man to talk to. He's a left-hander as well.
Jack, you might be making a point, but I don't necessarily agree.
Here is a ball which is outside the line of the off-stump, and Craig Brathwaite stabs at it, and he goes out to the cover position. Why? The
reason why is because Brian Lara's physical attributes, his mental attributes, and his spiritual attributes that came together as a total package. He certainly doesn't have it. And so having a talk with Brian Lara is not necessarily going to prepare him to play. He needs a technical, someone who can analyze him technically and then coach him into playing how he's supposed to play.
Here is a ball which is flicked away and it's dropped. Craig Brathwaite dropped at leg slip. A ball flicked to the band in that position. He had a grab at it. It went just about the head height. That's Monimol Haq, the former captain of the Bangladesh team. And he tried to get another grab at it. But just could not. And the ball fell away from him. Tried desperately with his right hand to clutch it. And so Craig Brathwaite survives. And the West Indies captain lives to fight on. Still without a run on the board. Here is Rahman into ball to Brathwaite. And Brathwaite is so playing loosely outside the line of the off stump. That one was well wide, full length, and he was really chasing after it. Had he hit that, it would have been the bottom part of the bat making contact. Just perhaps a disruption in his concentration after being dropped there.
Yeah, he must be a bit affected by that shot that was played and the chance that he gave. And he needs to walk away, take a few deep breaths, gather his composure, and restart again. Because if he's going to be rattled by that incident, he could very well give his wicket away.
But he's quite a stubborn customer, Craig Brathwaite, outside the line of the off stump. He certainly regains his composure as he plays no shot at that one outside the line of the off stump, allowing a full-length delivery to go by. He has that capacity to bat for long periods, to concentrate for long periods. So just a moment of indiscretion, I thought.
Yes.
And
yes. But the delivery that he played away there was not a bad delivery. It was moving. He thought that he could take advantage of the movement, flick it away, but the fielder was well positioned for the catch there. And the only thing that really went bad in that whole series of events was the drop catch.
Yes, Rahman, in his 15th test match, has had 30 wickets, goes into bowl, and Brathwaite is clipping the ball to square leg, goes straight to the fielder, and so he can't get a run. The West Indies yet to score, and we have had, 2 overs completed so far. The West Indies yet to get a run on the board. Brathwaite not, Campbell not. They're replying to 103 made by Bangladesh. The top scorer for the Bangladesh team being the captain Shakib Al-Hassan. He made 51 of 67 deliveries, 6 fours and 1 6. And Tamim Iqbal at the top of the order got to 29. They only batters to really make any significant contribution to the Bangladeshi total. And the bowling for the West Indies, Kemar Roach had 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 21. Jayden Seals, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 33. Alzari Joseph, 8.5, 2 maidens, 3 for 33. 3 for 33. Kyle Mayers, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 10. Kyle Mayers, 2 for 10. And Gudakesh Moti, the debutant, left-arm spinner, only 1 over. And that was just before lunch. And it was an over which conceded just 1 run. So we're going to see Khalid continue the attack from the far end. This Andy Robertson. Andy Roberts, the first Antiguan to represent the West Indies. Did so back in 1974 against England at Kensington Oval in Barbados. Fast forward to today, and we see Khalid on his way to bowl to Campbell. And Campbell is edging, and the ball, not sure if it carried. It dropped just short of the fielder at that first slip position, and went away behind the wicketkeeper, but they did not get a run for it. Just playing almost half-heartedly on that occasion, Campbell. Not quite committed, not quite decisive in his shot selection on that occasion, and he almost cost him.
I played with a dead bat. It seemed as if he did have intent to steer it away, but he has to be very careful with that shot. Be more decisive, be more circumspect in the approach, solid, maybe play with a more open face than an angled face.
Khalid around the wicket, right arm, and he's whipping this one into the onside, but goes straight to the mid-wicket fielder. A good-looking shot. He certainly had the timing in that one, but the placement was lacking, and it went to the fielder at that mid-wicket position. Ball angled into him, and he played it with the tide, but not being able to get the first run in the West Indies innings. They're not for no wicket.
And he was certainly a little bit more balanced on that shot. His body was not leaning so much to his left when he played that shot. And once he maintains that balance, he should be able to get better bat on ball.
3 slips in place, a gap between the second and third and fourth slip fielders. And here is Campbell looking to pull the ball away. Loud appeal by Khalid, but the umpire says not. It looked to be high, having the initial look at that one. He was trying to pull it, and would have been taken, if not on the thigh, but certainly high up on the pad. And he was in a standing position as well when he was playing the shot.
I'm not sure if the ball was really there for that shot. If he tried to pull, but I think that ball was a little too full for that shot. Maybe he should have been standing up more and punching more so than trying to pull it away.
Yes, he was hit between the legs, in fact, just below the box. Here is a ball outside the off stump. He made some height, and Campbell thought initially of going after it, but decided it would have been ill-advised to do that. So he pulled out of the stroke, and he went high and out and to the wicketkeeper, Leighton Das. The score remains on not for no wicket. The West Indies in reply to the Bangladesh total of 103. Shakib Al Hassan made 51. And there were 3 scalps each for Jaden Seals and Alzari Joseph, and 2 for Kemar Roach and Kyle Mayers. The fast bowlers doing the trick for the West Indies as Bangladesh lost wickets at regular intervals. The sun looking to come out as Khalid comes in, and the ball is clipped away by John Campbell, the left-hander, to the forward square leg position. Again, he can't score. So we've had 4 consecutive maiden overs in this, the West Indies reply. 4 overs, all maiden so far. The West Indies not for no wicket.
Yes, and they shouldn't be concerned about the overs, the maiden overs being bowled to them. What they should be concerned about is getting themselves set to build a large platform or foundation for the innings. There's no, we're still left with over a session left in today's play. And another 4 days. Yes, we may want to account for maybe weather that may, maybe rain that may come in. But at this stage, no need to get concerned about the fact that you're not scoring any runs in these initial stages, because you're certainly ahead in the game.
Regarding the weather, the long-term forecast is that there will be only a 30% chance of rain over the next few days. So I don't think that will be a consideration unless, these are really estimates on the part of the forecasters. Unless a trough or something moves into the area, I think they're going to have a lot of play in this particular test match.
Exactly.
Rahman is on his way to bowl to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is driving, but not a full-blooded drive. Just hitting the ball into the ground and back towards the bowler. And ball falling away for the mid-off to come in and do the work.
Yeah, but you notice he was very balanced there when he played that, and he got very good bat, playing it straight back down the pitch. The bowler did well to field, but at least my concern is for the batsman. He was very well balanced, and the bowler continues to get the ball to tail into the batsman with that late movement.
Slight open stance, Craig Brathwaite, as they left arm bowler goes over the wicket, and the batsman is defending, playing a stabbing defensive shot. He goes down to the mid-on position. Highest score in Test cricket, 212. Craig Brathwaite, a reflection of his powers of concentration, averaging 34 in the highest format of the game. 10 hundreds and 25 50s. And looking to continue the rich vein of form, which he has exhibited in the regional first-class competition, getting 584 runs. And we see umpire Chris Gaffney going just there where the bowler would have landed, and perhaps just suggesting there that he may be running into that danger area. So we watch as Rahman is in, and the batsman is not playing at a good delivery outside the line of the off-stump. There was a little bit of lift there, and Brathwaite exercised good judgment by just pulling the bat inside the line and taken by wicketkeeper Leighton Das.
Yes, he seems to have, based on what the umpire is indicating, that he may be very close to that danger zone. But that ball did get a bit of lift, certainly a more effort placed on that delivery by the bowler. A little more lift and also a little more pace than he had been bowling with the earlier parts of the innings.
West Indies yet to get off the mark. We're in the 5th over. Rahman is in and Brathwaite is looking for a run. It's not there. Ball goes down to mid-on, who scurries around and in to pick the ball up. And so the West Indies not for no wicket in reply to 103.
For some reason, it seemed as if it appeared as when he delivered that delivery, it looked as if he was taking something off of that delivery, trying to induce a false stroke from the bowler. From the batsman, you could even see the bowler holding his head after the delivery. It seemed as if he was doing something with the delivery and with some degree of intent.
He's on his way again to bowl to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is coming forward. The ball goes back towards the bowler. We're talking about the influence of T20 cricket on Test cricket early on. We know that the batting blitz of Johnny Bairstow in that second Test match against New Zealand really resulted from his exposure to T20 cricket, and particularly the IPL. He decided to launch a full-blooded attack against New Zealand, and it worked with telling effect, and they won with, I think, 25 overs to spare. And maybe this is another influence where the bowlers now are very much inclined to do more with the ball, the variation and so on, and that is coming into Test cricket. And so maybe that's what we just witnessed a while ago. Here's Brathwaite forward, and perhaps just suggesting there the last minute of playing the ball into the onside. But he played it with a straight bat and picked up in the offside. So that's the end of the over. The West Indies, 5 overs gone, yet to get a run. In reply to 103. We'll have more from Vincey Boyne, and then it will be the voice of Vernon Springer.
Well, at every stage of the introduction of limited overs cricket, when 50-over format was introduced, run scoring certainly increased after teams were more exposed to the 50-over format. And similarly, as expected, with the 20-over format coming into play, you would have expected an increase in run scoring, simply because the batsmen now have placed more confidence in their ability to score and their ability to play a larger range of strokes. And so that would certainly happen. T20, not only 50 over, but now T20. And I guess if they introduce a 10-over format, we probably would see even more run scoring coming into play.
Good afternoon, Vincey. How are you?
I'm good. Vernon into play.
Good afternoon, Vincey. How are you?
I'm good, Vernon. And what about yourself?
Not complaining at all.
Great.
Lovely crowd here at the
SWB audio capture not registered.
The good news is that Bangladesh have been bowled over 103. West Indies still yet to get off the mark. And I'm sure Vincey, Brathwaite and Campbell, they would have played knockaball 1 run at some point in time. So somebody could be able to get a single. But we'll wait and see what's happening. Here's finally, they must have heard us. Here coming up there. So Campbell is off the mark. But it was interesting to hear you and Jack having a conversation. One of the things which I've picked up from John Campbell is that his left foot, Vincey, it just stands
there. And so when he brings his right foot over, his balance falls over to his left. Yeah, that's why I was saying his balance is part of his problem, especially when the ball starts to tail into about his middle stump.
It starts with him. Yeah. But if they got video analysts and they got a coach, if the player himself doesn't make his mind up to be able to make that adjustment, it's going to be a real problem. And some people are comfortable in their ways, and they will say that this is what worked for me, and this is what I'm going to continue to work with. One without loss, Khalid here, working up some pace. Brathwaite, the last time he would have played
SWB audio capture, not registered. 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 SWB audio capture, not registered.
If he was playing those shots when they were 7 or 8 down, but he's already established a partnership with the number 7 or 8, and they got up to, say, closer to 200 or 150 or something like that.
But not too Brathwaite was tearing it. I thought he played a bit early. Expected to run it down to the backward point region. The ball held up on him. In the end, he got it down to the gully fielder who knocked it down, and it really went on the bounce. In fact, the third slip to his right.
But to come out and straight away play like that, and then you're more or less saying, you come in at 45 for 6, you're more or less saying, you got 300 on the board and I can do what I like. But you're telling yourself, we're not going to make much more than 100, so let me just see how many I can get. I don't see the point in that.
Eberdot comes in once again, a good delivery, well defended by Brathwaite. And Sri Lankans setting good attacking fields. Well, you're right.
Knowing the talent he's got, right?
Exactly.
He could have formed a partnership. They may be still batting now and I'd say 130
and
for 7 or something.
He was batting with the number 8 and he was trying to hold the strike, not run and run.
Right.
That would have made a difference. I could understand you're batting with the number 11 and it's the last man, but then immediately he started to hit. He's not running. So there is something with the mindset of the Bangladeshi top order and captain outside the off stump.
SWB audio capture,
Brathwaite,
not
well
registered.
Taken by Das. That completes the over, and at the end of the over, in fact, are they walking off? Yes.
Tea.
They're walking off for tea time. An interesting tea session here with the West Indies replying to 103 made by Zimbabwe. The West Indies 15 without loss. Craig Brathwaite, the captain, is on 9. John Campbell is on 1. Good ploy by the Bangladeshi bowlers. The West Indies batting has been perhaps just steady, and it would be interesting to see what you guys would like to project could have happened. West Indies at this stage, trailing by 93 runs. Vernon Springer is going to join you, Terry, as you look at the tea time discussion.
You're not moving, Seth, so you stay. You're into the hot seat.
Go anywhere, Seth.
You don't have to go anywhere. You can hang around, Seth. Just your observation, Seth, and you were talking about mindset. And if we go back to the folks, if you're wondering what's happening, 15 overs have been bowled by Bangladesh. West Indies are 15 without loss. Craig Brathwaite 9 from 55. John Campbell 1 from 36. It now means that the West Indies opening pair have now faced some 91 deliveries between them, only to get 15 runs. But we can be fair enough to say that Bangladesh, in the meantime, they bowled 10 maidens, but they've bowled negative to a point. Am I fair enough in making that assessment?
I think you're fair in making that assessment.
Because they bowled wider and wider, more or less a fifth stump line.
But in the earlies, I think the first 9 overs that we saw, we had real steady bowling. Ball coming in, ball going away. There were earlier movements than we expected. In fact, at one stage, I remember Mally Richards saying it's moving too early. So at least there were scoring opportunities if you were willing to commit yourself. But I think Terry was making a point about the mindset
capture,
to say,
not registered.
Stay in, build your innings, and bat long. Now, that advice is excellent advice. But in terms of how you go about it, it cannot be in a negative plane, because you can lose a wicket, you can lose 2, and then it could trigger something. So you want at least to show an approach that even though I am positive. That's my point.
So Bangladesh made 103 set. I saw some strange field placing. I don't know, even when Shakib came in. Shakib hit Kyle Mayers for 6 over long off. And straight away, we sort of kind of more or less just opened the field there. We had fielders almost all over. And I'm saying that we just needed to be patient and just continue, especially Kyle Mayers. Kyle Mayers, whether we like it or not, he was going to come back because he was getting the ball to induck in and out. once we opened up the field, I thought we gave Shakib an opportunity to gain some confidence to get a half century, and we should have still kept, because if you look at the Bangladesh team, batting team, if you look at the Bangladesh team, you would realize that their batting wasn't all that hot. You heard Seth Burton saying that they had 6 ducks.
Yes, and those 6 ducks, 3 of them were at the beginning of the innings. So when you're speaking about a duck for your opener, your number 3 and your number 4, that you're 16 for 3, that is basically unacceptable.
Yeah.
When I say unacceptable, not in a light to be demeaning or anything, but is it panic that you're pushing forward? It's not there. It wasn't even, let's say, threatening bowling that you had to take evasive action.
No, and I agree, Seth, and I just think that we knew before they came here that Bangladesh are going through changes, and they've got problems, especially with their top order, and so. My concern with them watching them this morning, though, is they didn't seem to be in the right frame of mind and knowing how to go about constructing an innings in the longer format. It was, if we can defend it, great. If we can't, we're in trouble. And that is exactly what happened. Getting back to your point, Vernon, about the captains, I find that happens far too often in West Indies cricket in general. You see it in regional cricket. You see it in
and we more or less put the attack back and put the pressure back on the Bangladesh team.
And doing that, it would really help him, Bernard, personally too, because it takes the pressure. If he just drops it and runs, and then all of a sudden looks up at the board and he's 10 or something like that.
Makes a big difference.
The confidence is building all the time. But rather than doing what he's doing, which is basically nothing, he's just looking to defend, and even then he's not defending with any commitment, then he's going nowhere, and the partnership is going nowhere.
My hope, though, is that if Campbell can be around this time tomorrow afternoon, he may be smiling at us.
Well, for sure.
SWB audio capture, not registered. 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 SWB audio capture, not registered.